Good evening. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting for January 25th, 2022. Call the meeting to order, and I ask our clerk for a roll call, please.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Here.
Councilmember Chen?
Present.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Here.
Councilmember Kalani?
Present.
Councilmember Matucci?
Here.
Councilmember Walser?
Here.
Mayor Fury?
Here. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and the city attorney on the agenda matters listed under 14A, conference with labor negotiator, 14B, real property, conference with real property negotiator. 14C has been tabled for this evening. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code Section 54957.6, 54956.8, and 54956.9D1. We will return at 6:30. Good evening. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting for January 25th, 2022. Call the meeting back to order. We've been in executive session. Mr. Chaparyan, is there anything to report?
Good evening, Your Honor. There is nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Last Monday, we launched the 4th annual Torrance Service Leaders Celebration, which runs through February 13th. It's aligned with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s Day of Service. This campaign is intended to celebrate the service leaders of past and present and empower our community to bring volunteers together for service projects that honor the spirit of giving, public service, and volunteerism. We invite you to join our celebration by pledging community service hours. Our goal this year is 175,000 hours, and these hours can be completed anytime during the entire year of 2022. Due to the current pandemic, we understand volunteering may be more difficult for some, but we ask you to explore opportunities and connect with local Torrance area nonprofits through Torrance Cares Connection. Pledging is easy and really takes only about a minute or two. You visit torranceca.gov/serve to find out more about the celebration and make your pledge. On tonight's agenda, we're also discussing potential changes that would have a significant impact on the character of our city, in addition to the safety and quality of life for our Torrance residents. We've heard from more than 3,000 of our residents, and we still want to hear from you. Take our survey or learn more about maintaining our essential services by visiting torranceca.gov/essential services. There's a short video that really breaks down the information along with recordings of the most recent informational workshops. I invite you all to visit the page and continue your active participation by joining the conversation. Again, thank you for joining us tonight via Facebook, YouTube, live stream, or City Cable. Tonight we continue with our hybrid meeting model and with City Council and staff meeting in person and the public tuning in remotely. Pursuant to Assembly Bill 361, Governor Newsom's proclamation of a state of emergency, which was made on March 4th, 2020, and the health order of the health officer of the County of Los Angeles Department of Public Health, which was revised at January 5th, 2022, the City Council meeting will be in a hybrid format. The City Council and staff will meet in person, as I mentioned, and in order to protect the public, the City Council and staff, City Council chamber is closed to the public in the interest of maintaining appropriate social distancing and in order to reduce the risk of spreading COVID-19. This hybrid model of the City Council meetings will allow the community to participate from the safety and comfort of your own home. Much has happened regarding COVID since we last met. New strains have come to the surface and we've hit record numbers in COVID cases. And that doesn't even include the at-home positive testers that are not recorded. The best way to minimize COVID-19 risk and keep your family and friends safer is to get vaccinated if you are eligible. And everybody over the age of 5 is eligible now. Protect those not yet eligible for vaccinations, such as young children, by getting yourself and other eligible people around them vaccinated. And also be sure to wear well-fitting masks over your nose and mouth if you're in a public indoor setting. Remember, outdoors is safer than indoors. Try to avoid crowded, poorly ventilated spaces. If you are sick or you have symptoms, we ask you to stay home and recover. And finally, testing can give you information about your risk of spreading COVID-19. Consider using a self-test before joining indoor gatherings with others who are not in your household. We continue to run normal business for our residents and community to keep Torrance moving forward. It is important to us that you have an opportunity to voice your comments during this pandemic. Public emails will continue to have a deadline of 2 p.m. on the day of the council meeting you wish to comment on. Thank you for those of you who have met today's deadline. They've all been forwarded to the council as supplemental material and will be entered into the public record. Any emails submitted after the deadline will still be added to the public record, but obviously we won't have them with us this evening. For those of you tuning in via Facebook, YouTube, live stream, or City Cable, you may participate by calling in to the Public Input Hotline. The number is 310-618-2404, and it will be displayed on the screen. Please be patient when calling in. We are aware that our call center is very busy, taking multiple phone calls, and it seems like they're all calling at the same time. So you may get a busy signal when you first call in. If that's the case, just please try calling back in a moment or two. There will be 2 opportunities for oral communications this evening. You will have up to 1 minute per speaker for items not on the agenda or those on the consent calendar for a period up to 15 minutes at the beginning of the meeting, and 1 at the end of the meeting. Remember, you can only participate under oral communications once during this meeting. Also, comments on administrative matters as they are considered, we allow up to 1 minute per speaker. And on public hearings, we allow up to 2 minutes per speaker. Staff will notify you when your time begins, and time limits will be strictly enforced to ensure equal opportunity for everyone. We request that speakers keep their remarks brief and limited to the topic of discussion. At the end of the meeting, we will have another 15 minutes for oral communications, as I mentioned. City Clerk, have emails received before 2 p.m. today been processed as supplemental material and provided to the City Council?
Yes, Your Honor, they have.
Well, thank you. Then the next items on the agenda will be a flag salute led by Councilmember Walzer, and we will also have a invocation by Bishop Ron Matatali, Harbor Fourth Ward of the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints. I ask everybody who is here, please stand up.
We begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. United States of the Republic to which, I'm sorry, feedback is here. And the flag to which it stands. Can someone else take over? I'm getting too much feedback.
All right, we got it.
Councilman, we've completed the flag salute, and I'm now going to ask Bishop Matali to give his invocation, please.
Thank you. I can begin.
Yes, please.
I'll try again. Oh God, our Father who art in heaven, as we come before thee at this time, we give you thanks and acknowledgement for the blessings that thou hast given to us. We are grateful, Father, for this country and city in which we live and the freedoms that we have. We are grateful for the opportunities that we have, that we might be able to pursue interests in our lives that brings us joy and happiness. Father, we're also grateful for the leadership of our city and for their dedication and their time and effort in the service of our city. We ask you to please bless them, the City Council. Mayor Pat Fury, council members Heidi Ashcraft, George Chen, Mike Griffith, Sharon Kalani, Aurelio Matucci, and Jack Walser. We're grateful for all that they've done, Father, and ask you to please bless them as they lead and direct our city, that they may be of one heart and one mind and one purpose. As they help our city to come together and to be united. We pray, Father, for the members of our city, those who have been affected by the pandemic. Wilt thou please strengthen them and sustain them in this time of need as they may face challenges of physical and mental and temporal and spiritual challenges. Father, we are grateful for the things that thou hast given to us and recognize thy hand. And we offer our hopes and our desires and ask that you please bless us and be with us at this time, especially as we show love for one another through the service that we give. This is our prayer that we offer to do, and we do so in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen.
Thank you, Ron, and thank you, Councilmember Walzer. We'll take a report of the city clerk on the posting of the agenda.
Your Honor, this agenda was posted on Tuesday, January 18th, with a revised agenda posted on Friday, January 21st.
Thank you. May we have a motion to waive further reading?
Move to waive further reading.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. Aram Chaparyan, City Manager. We are withdrawing item 9F From City Manager, adopt resolution amending MOU to employees represented covered by Torrance Municipal Employees, AFSCME Local 1117. We have supplemental materials for item 7, oral communications, item 80, Public Works, appropriate assessment to underground utility assessment district number 2020-1, Paseo de la Playa, and approve advanced engineering agreement with Southern California Edison. Item 9G, from City Manager and Finance, authorize staff to prepare an agenda item to submit to voter consideration a local 3/4 cent sales tax ballot measure on the June 7, 2022 election. Item 9J, City Clerk, adopt resolutions calling the 2022 general municipal election on June 7, 2022. And lastly, item 9L, Public Works, adopt resolution to approve Los Angeles Region Safe Clean Water Program Transfer Agreement and authorize the Director of Public Works to sign agreement and appropriate grant funds to Stormwater Basin Expansion Project I-179. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Council committee meetings and announcements. The annual Greater Los Angeles Homeless Count traditionally takes place over 3 days and 3 nights in the month of January, and we actually announced that we were going to be doing it this week. Unfortunately, in light of the COVID-19 Omicron variant surge in Los Angeles County, the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority is postponing the 2022 Greater Los Angeles Count to February 22nd through the 24th, 2022, to protect the health and safety of the volunteer staff and the people experiencing homelessness. The count has been postponed to take place Wednesday, February 23rd, 2022 at the Ken Miller Recreation Center. Data collected from the count is used to allocate resources to those experiencing homelessness. LASA continues to recruit volunteers for the new date. You do not need any prior experience to volunteer. And due to the COVID-19 pandemic, volunteers are being limited to 2 to 3 individuals from the same household. If you are under the age of 18, you must volunteer with a parent or guardian. Families can register together at theycountwillyou.org. Again, that's theycountwillyou.org. If you have any questions about the registration process or to confirm your registration status, I ask you to contact Nancy Wilcox at nancywilcox777@gmail.com. Again, that's nancywilcox777@gmail.com. By following guidelines, participation is safe and easy. Councilmember Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. As the Torrance representative on the West Vector Board of Trustees, I wanted to report that we did hold our regular meeting. It was virtual on January 13th, 2022. We had our normal agenda topics, including minutes and finance reports, et cetera. But most importantly, I wanted to report that this past year has been a significant decrease in West Nile virus, which is tremendous news. And especially in the western region, which we are representing, we were almost no incidence of West Nile virus in our area. So that's kudos to everyone for helping make sure that they minimize the impacts of potential breeding of mosquitoes. We hope that with the rainy season that you continue to be diligent in ensuring that there's no standing water left, because even in the colder months, mosquitoes can breed in standing water, and it's important to make sure that we minimize that as much as we possibly can. And the other last item of business that happened there was my colleagues on the board have elected me as the next board president for the West Vector Board for the next 12-month period. So I'm honored and thankful to my colleagues on the board for that assignment. I look forward to serving and representing Torrance in that position for the next year. And that's all I have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. We congratulate you. Councilmember Ashcroft.
Thank you. Good evening. The Armed Forces Day Standing Committee met last week virtually, January 21st, for an update on the planning activities for the 61st Armed Forces Day Parade and celebration. Staff discussed concerns regarding staffing shortage, military participation, and contract timelines. The Armed Forces Day Special Standing Committee requested staff to bring an item to council on February 8, 2022 to request direction and to determine the events for the 2022 Armed Forces Day Parade and celebration. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Cerna.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is a reminder that the Torrance Refinery Company will be conducting their monthly test of the Community Alert Siren February 2nd at approximately 11:30 a.m. As a reminder, this is only a test. This is the monthly test that is described as follows. A 1-minute chime, all clear chime, will precede and follow a 2-minute siren tone. Total testing time will not exceed 5 minutes. It is important to note that the siren tone carries a greater distance and may be heard beyond the reach of the chimes. During a real emergency, when you hear sirens, shelter, shut, and listen. If you're at home and outdoors, go inside, close all vents, windows, and doors. Listen for instructions on local cable and radio. If driving, continue to drive, close windows and vents, and turn your radio to 1620 AM City Sounds. Listen for the chime sound that will signal an all clear. For additional information, please contact the Torrance Refinery Company, Community Relations at 310-212-1852. Again, that's 310-212-1852. We also encourage all community members to sign up for Torrance Alerts. For more information regarding Torrance Alerts, please go to the city's webpage. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And I wanted to let the community know that last week I attended the 90th winter meeting of the United States Conference of Mayors in Washington, D.C., where I was instructed by a number of people from the current administration and other leadership in Washington, D.C. about the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act of 2021 and all the many monetary benefits that cities such as the city of Torrance can gain from that piece of legislature. Among the people who we met with was President of the United States, Joe Biden, the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, Leader Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, the senior administrator to the senior advisor to the president, Mitch Landrieu, who is the former mayor of New Orleans, the labor secretary, Mr. Marty Walsh, the former mayor of Boston, Massachusetts, the transportation secretary, Peter Buttigieg, who is also the former mayor of South Bend, Indiana. We see a little tendency here that the administration is pretty heavy with its inclusion of mayors in the process. Also, I was very pleased to meet and somewhat surprised the CEO of the Denver airport is Mr. Philip Washington, who recently represented the Metropolitan Transit Authority here in Los Angeles and was pretty instrumental in getting more transportation throughout the region. So there's lots of things that we brought back and we'll be sharing with staff to see if we can't get infrastructure in an equitable way throughout our city, and that includes water, transportation, Wi-Fi, internet, everything that's possibly available, and it's incumbent upon us to ask for that money, to get the money so that we can continue to serve our community. So we move on. There's no community matters today, so we move on to oral communication number 1, which is limited to a 15-minute period. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items not on the agenda or on the consent calendar. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but we may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. And as I mentioned earlier, speakers under orals are limited to either oral communication 1 or oral communication 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. So speakers, we ask you to turn off the volume on any City Council meeting broadcast you may have in the background when speaking. We'll turn it over to the call center.
Good evening, Mayor. I will begin to patch in the calls.
Thank you, Katie.
Camille L., you are now unmuted.
Yes.
Your 1 minute starts now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to demand that the Torrance City Council create a civilian oversight committee for the Torrance Police Department, that they fire all the officers involved in the messaging scandal, particularly Anthony Chavez and Matthew Buchanan, and those 2 officers were involved in the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. We absolutely are just horrified by this Torrance messaging scandals. This is just horrible. And the Torrance City Council needs to create that civilian oversight committee that they were told to do 2 years ago. Okay. Come on. Can you still hear me? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. TJ, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yes, mirroring the same sentiments from the last caller, create a civilian oversight commission, fire officers Matthew Concannon, Brian Calamato, and Anthony Chavez. The caption read, "Hanging with the homies." The picture above it showed several black men who had been lynched. The LA Times is problematic in many ways, but they expose your racist police department, and yet you all do nothing. These overwhelmingly racist texts came from your police department and involved Concannon, Chavez, and Calamato. And you all remain complicit and do nothing. All three were implicated and connected, and you all remain complicit and do nothing. This is after all three of them, 3 years ago, killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell within 15 seconds of approaching him. And you still do nothing. How the fuck can they...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Julia R., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm calling in for the same reason as the previous two callers. I'm calling because there was a murder of a man in your city and nothing has been done to stop it. And we continue to see the names of the murderers come up in various scandals throughout your city. It is unbelievable that these officers are still officers of the Torrance City Police Department. You have got to fire the officers who killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. It is unbelievable. It's unbelievable that we call in, given how freaking boring and horrifically vile your meetings are every week. This is so upsetting, and it continues to get worse. It continues to get worse, and you do nothing about it. We need a civilian oversight committee. It is not that hard to do, and it is not that much to ask. It is just the bare minimum.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Karina K., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, thank you. I'm calling in like I do every week to remind you all that you are public servants. If you don't want to serve the public, then resign and get out of your seat, okay? Public servants do not allow their constituents to be murdered and slain by police departments and sit back and do nothing, sit back and say nothing. So I see you guys trying to clean up your act. I see you guys trying to get prayers for protection. Nothing is going to fucking protect you. You need to fire the officers who killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, okay? You need to do that and create a civilian oversight commission. Otherwise, your career is fucking done. And fuck every single one of you all. Justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Fire Anthony Chavez, Matthew Concannon, and Brian Calamato. The fucking racists. And so are y'all. And white supremacists. And that day is over. It's fucking 2022. Wake the fuck up and resign. And do your fucking job.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Sheila B., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
So, you were told to create a civilian oversight commission of the Torrance Police Department by a grand jury prior to the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, and you refused to do so. Now, here we are with yet another murder committed by Torrance Police Department with a messaging scandal regarding both of the officers responsible for his murder, Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, along with roughly 24 other officers who sent and received messages. In a department of 227 people, this is telling, but we always knew who you and they were. Your refusal to fire these officers 3 years ago, coupled with awards for both of them, along with many others who killed people and engaged in misconduct, and giving all of them raises is telling of how inept you are to be able to hold any of them accountable, which is why we need to create a Civilian Oversight Commission of the Torrance Police Department.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Deborah O., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening. My name is Deb Osborne, and I live at Skyline Mobile Home Park. Our park was recently purchased after our long-time landlord died. We have 265 spaces, the largest park in Torrance. The rent was immediately increased by the new owner by $196 a month, representing a 19% increase. This is in place over 2 parts over the course of a year. And looking at the history of the new owner, we fear that we may have substantial rent increases in the future. We are an age-restricted park of 55 and older, comprised primarily of senior citizens of low or moderate income. Our households will experience significant hardships if rents continue to be substantially increased. We respectfully ask the City of Torrance for help maintaining affordable housing for your vulnerable senior population by intervening with the city ordinance to place a cap on rent increases for mobile home.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Sarah B., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hey, I'm again calling, like others, every single week to voice my continued disappointment in the failure of each of you and your city and the city council to acknowledge that Black Lives Matter and that the life of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's life mattered and still matters. And by acknowledgement, I don't mean words or lip service. I mean implementing actual changes. The officers that murdered him, Anthony Chavez, Matthew Concannon, and Ryan Kawamoto, the same names that keep coming up, as well as all the other officers involved in the messaging scandal, need to be fired immediately. And you need to do what the grand jury told you to do and create a civilian oversight committee, not a committee run by more cops, but a committee run by civilians that have the political will and power to hold LAPD accountable. Also, you keep saying that you're virtual because of COVID, but not all of your commissions and committees are meeting virtually, so you're just picking and choosing.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Mary Ann D., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
There are so many ways in which these officers who killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and have interacted in this messaging scandal and have done myriad other things that they've acted in fireable action over and over again and in your face, and yet you still refuse to do anything. When I think about critical services that you were asking about earlier, I think about a Civilian Oversight Commission. Very, very simple and critical to bringing justice and balance to what all is going on. And thinking about things that you could have brought back from D.C., I would think that that would be a thing that you could have brought back from there as well. You certainly got it from a grand jury. Fire the officers, Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez, Brian Kawamoto, and a lot of them.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Cliff N., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, my name is Cliff Newmark. I'm an elected trustee for El Camino College. I wanted to alert the public that there is still time to register and apply for El Camino's spring session, which is beginning February 12th. This is a great way to up skills, continue your education for only $46 per unit, and there are lots of opportunity for financial aid. You can check out all the classes and courses at elcamino.edu. Thank you.
Mayor, that caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you, Katie. Hi, everyone. I was visiting the Human Resources Center today, and I saw a bunch of firefighters having a meeting, and they did not wear masks, and they didn't distance. Thank you, Pat Furry, to keeping a close eye on this department. And also, thank you for telling my name, but I urge you to tell the name of the Black Lives Matter people, too. Don't be a chicken shit pet furry. Say everybody's name, motherfucker, because everybody deserves it to be heard by name. Not just me, everybody. The Black Lives Matter too, you motherfucker. Call them by name, motherfucker. Bye-bye.
Mayor, that caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Jeff P., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hello. I would like to talk about the residents that live at Skyline Mobile Home Park. We're all seniors. We're all worried about the future. We're all under inflation. Inflation's at 7.5%. We get bought by a new company, and the company has a history of aggressive pricing, and this is their formulae. We need rent stabilization ordinance that protects us because we cannot afford rent at the price that they are raising it. We cannot stay in our homes, and we are seniors. This is a housing affordability crisis for seniors who already live in Torrance. I plead with the Torrance Council to provide us with legislation that is meaningful to seniors who are living on Social Security checks, disability checks, and pensions, and otherwise have no recourse if the...
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Pat B., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
As most of the other callers before me, I'm once again calling in to demand justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, the firing of Anthony Chavez, Matthew Concanon, Brian Kawamoto, as well as all the other officers who participated in the racist text thread y'all have got a scandal going on about, and the creation of a civilian oversight commission as a grand jury told you to do. What is it, going on 3 years now, I think, that you've been sitting on your hands and not doing that. By the way, we've noticed that you were talking about maybe creating an advisory board for the police chief, which would be working under the cops while pretending to be a body holding them accountable, but in fact would be rubber stamping their actions if you implemented that. We need an actual independent body that can legitimately hold Torrance police accountable when they fuck up over and over, as we know they're going to do. So, do what...
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Barbara B., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yeah, hi, this is regarding much-needed rent control for mobile homes in the city of Torrance. I sent you an email earlier today with a chart that accounted for all approximately 1,442 mobile homes in the city. Approximately 442 of those homes are in zip code 90502, which is under LA County jurisdiction. Those homes are protected by a rent stabilization ordinance, an RSO, that caps mobile home rent increases at either 75% of CPI or 3%, whichever is lower. The remaining 1,000 homes in the city of Torrance have no such protection. I got to thinking about it and wondering if there couldn't be an easy way to simply extend the county-run RSO in 90502 so that it covers the remaining zip codes in Torrance. Thank you.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself, and this concludes the 15-minute period for oral communication number 1. Thank you.
Thank you. We move on with our agenda. The next item is our consent calendar. Do any council members wish to pull any items listed under consent calendar? I see none, so I will take a motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety.
Motion to accept the consent calendar and approve it in its entirety.
I second that motion.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is from the City Manager's Office to accept and file a quarterly update from the Office of Economic Development.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I'm Fran Fulton. Can you hear me?
Yes?
Okay. I'm Fran Fulton, Economic Development Manager for the City of Torrance. Item 9A is a presentation of the quarterly update from the Office of Economic Development. Next slide, please. The COVID-19 Business Assistance Program was approved by Council in May of 2020 and funded with $500,000 from the Economic Development Reserve Fund. To date, $255,617.04 remains available for use to assist businesses. Funds have been used to cover costs for outdoor business operations, assistance with rental and purchase of equipment for outdoor setups, offsetting city-owned parking fees, and covering the cost of fire inspections for businesses that were closed during the pandemic. As we move forward into this year, staff would like to transition these funds for use in the formalization of a parklet program for outdoor business operations, as well as carrying out a commercial rebate program to assist with facade improvements for various qualifying businesses across the city. Next slide, please. Businesses continue to roll with the changes related to the COVID-19 mandates, such as masking and vaccination testing requirements. More events and activities over the last quarter of the year brought more people into the city to shop and dine. It seems that everyone is getting used to the ever-changing environment we find ourselves in. The biggest struggles for all industries appears to be staffing and supply shortages, as highlighted here in these images. The only thing you can't see are the container ships that are lined up outside the port entrance. Next slide, please. Foot traffic at Del Amo Fashion Center has continued to increase with highest volume since 2019 and the last quarter. Retail tenants have reported higher than normal conversion rates of shoppers to sales. End-of-year results are being wrapped up, and Simon Property Group will be reporting fourth quarter earnings soon. Del Amo welcomed a variety of new local and national tenants, including Purple Mattresses and Pillows, Percolate Tea, Boba Drinks, Champ Sports, Sporting Goods and Apparel, and OSIM Massage Chairs, and several more. Next slide, please. The Torrance Auto Dealers Association continues to support the dealerships, with auto sales still remaining strong. Despite the chip shortage, auto sales were up from the prior year and even slightly higher than 2019. That's good news for Torrance. Next slide, please. As we quickly approach the time for the Super Bowl that will be held here in the South Bay at SoFi Stadium and gear up for many other large events planned for the venue over the next decade, as well as at Dignity Health Sports Park in Carson, the Office of Economic Development is working more closely with the other South Bay cities and the event planners for these large regional tourist draws. Discover Torrance's marketing firm is also working to take advantage of every opportunity to promote Torrance as a place to stay, dine, and play associated with these events. Meetings will also be scheduled soon with the LA 28 team to develop a strong partnership to bring benefit to Torrance on the lead up to and during the Olympics. Additionally, the Office of Economic Development will also be exploring ways in which the preservation of the city's multi-use sports complex and the new collaboration with the Los Angeles Galaxy in that effort may benefit area hospitality and shopping through the expanded presence of a national sports franchise at the location. In addition to their programming, staff will work with regional partners to see how this may expand Torrance's potential supportive presence in regional, professional, and semi-professional sporting events, leading up to the 2026 FIFA, the International Soccer Federation's World Cup. Next slide, please. The next two slides show charts of the occupancy, average daily rate, and revenue per available room at our local hotels and illustrate the slow and steady increase in these metrics. Of note is the bump in November, which was primarily caused by Carson residents seeking hotel rooms outside of their city during the time of the Dominguez Channel incident. But we're still seeing an increase, and December shows that as well. Next slide, please. This slide shows the comparison of rates year over year for 2019, 2020, and 2021, showing that hotels are getting close to 2019 levels again. This is also good news for Torrance. Next slide, please. Discover Torrance, the city's destination marketing organization, has been continuing to promote the area in partnership with the Office of Economic Development, along with Visit California and Del Amo Fashion Center. Visitors are encouraged to come to Torrance to stay, shop, and play. Visitors to the California Welcome Center have increased from an average of over 5,000 a month to over 7,000 a month this past quarter. December alone saw 8,787 visitors. Visitors to the Welcome Center may stop to ask general questions about the mall, but they have also access to free brochures and magazines filled with ideas on where to travel or take out-of-town company. The mall is a convenient place to get information to plan road trip getaways. Friendly ambassadors at the center are available to help them plan their trips. They can also get advice on where to dine and what to do locally directly from locals working at the center. There is also unique local merchandise available for purchase at the center. Next slide, please. As we move into following through on the council-approved wayfinding and signage plan, which can be found on the city website and was developed last year through the benefit of grant funding from the Southern California Association of Governments, new gateway signs are being constructed to replace existing monument signs, starting with those that have been damaged and have had to be removed. The city team, spearheaded by Public Works, is pursuing additional funding through a Clean California local grant program administered by the California Department of Transportation, or Caltrans, to help implement the addition of gateway signage, as well as beautification and maintenance of the entries into the city from the freeway. Additionally, Hunt Design, our graphic design vendor, has provided some new design concepts to distinguish specific areas of the city, such as the beach, downtown, the commercial core, the airport, and the area of concentration of microbreweries. The vendor will be revising their proposed design concepts based on internal staff team feedback. Draft versions can be seen here in this slide. Next slide, please. The Office of Economic Development continues to work with the Community Development Department to carry out the downtown revitalization plan. New street furniture is being added to the area. Signage and additional string lights will be installed as funding allows, and to further progress towards the revitalization efforts. Hunt Design, sign design vendors, also working with staff to develop specifications for signage to mark the entries to the downtown area and draw more attention to this part of the city. Additionally, and probably most significant, is the intention to establish a business improvement district in downtown. Staff has completed several individual and group downtown retailer bid discussions with more in the works. This effort will continue to be carried out in partnership with the Downtown Torrance Association and will be one of the major initiatives pursued in 2022. Next slide, please. Other initiatives in the works include Friendship City program. Community Services and City Manager's Office staff have been working on an estimated budget for a Friendship City program based on expenses incurred in the past for meeting with various international delegations, as well as typical costs budgeted for Sister City apart from the travel expenses. In most cases in other cities, Friendship City expenses include the cost of visitor gifts, staff time, and facility rental for meetings or events. It is anticipated that expenses for a Friendship City relationship to cost between $5,000 and $10,000 annually, depending on the number of participants involved and the extent of any meetings or events. For example, a dinner with gifts for 40 people is budgeted $8,500 for Sister City. A Friendship City event activity would most likely be much smaller. Launching this program will be another initiative that will be focused on this year. Any expenses will be monitored and tracked. The broadband initiative, with economic development continuing to provide assistance to businesses indicating lack of access to high-speed internet, city staff, the South Bay Cities Council of Governments, and American Dark Fiber, the company that developed the South Bay Fiber Network, are working together to add the transit center as an additional node to the network. Tying in this location will provide a higher level of service at the site that will allow for public Wi-Fi and potential access to superior service to be made available to the surrounding business area. Additionally, the South Bay COG is planning to conduct a study at Torrance Airport regarding the need for better internet service there and how businesses in that area may also be able to connect to the South Bay Fiber Network. The tech committee, or the formation of a tech committee, was also approved by Council last year. This group will aid in stepped-up marketing efforts by the Office of Economic Development to increase business attraction. Additionally, it is anticipated that this group will tie into the existing South Bay Entrepreneurial Center and Downtown Business Improvement District when that is formed. The establishment of a tech committee is another major initiative planned to be carried out in 2022. All of these initiatives, in addition to a capstone study being undertaken this semester by a group of University of Southern California students, will aid in increasing our marketing efforts in 2022. It will examine other cities' successful practices, gain an understanding of staffing and budget needed to broaden our scope of outreach beyond our immediate area. Ultimately, our plan to establish a tech committee which can act in an advisory capacity, creating a downtown business improvement district to help with additional funding sources, and strategic marketing efforts, building a Friendship City program to connect Torrance to the larger world, improving our broadband infrastructure, and strengthening Torrance's sense of place with our signage and wayfinding implementation should aid in creating awareness of the Torrance advantage. Next slide, please. Large special events are still largely on hold due to COVID-19. Staff will continue to monitor and assist as these become more of a possibility with the easing of virus transmission. Applications for film permits continue to stream in, with 15 processed in November and December for revenues of over $12,000. 64 permits were approved for the year with over $55,000 in revenue generated. Permitted projects in the last quarter included several commercials and 2 more episodes of The Flight Attendant, Daisy Jones and the Six television shows, and still photography shoots, as well as several student films, which those do not generate fees. Staff are continuing to transition the film permit process to our Excel system online and anticipate early February for the public to be able to apply directly into this online system, thereby increasing efficiencies for both the customer and staff assisting. Next slide, please. Slowly, with COVID restrictions in mind, the Economic Development team has continued limited in-person business visits and site tours. New aerospace and defense company Epirus is actively engaging with the community, getting involved in STEM programs at Torrance schools, and gearing up to bring a couple of dozen college interns from around the country to Torrance for the summer. Its indoor playground concept with a construction theme, Dig It, will open at Delamo Fashion Center this spring. Saltbox Logistics Services for e-commerce business is getting up and running, and Hadrian Aerospace Manufacturing business will be a new addition to the Ferris Regis property. The Clean Terawatts will be testing proof of concept in Torrance. Business visitations will increase this year, still being mindful of changing pandemic requirements. If possible, we will resume our practice of keeping to a scheduled day for visits and include outside partners when and where appropriate. Next slide, please. And to wrap up, just a reminder that our quarterly updates with more details than provided here can be found on the Economic Development website, and earlier reports will be archived but still viewable as we load the new quarter's report. With that, I thank you very much, and I stand by for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fulton. There's a question from Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Fran. I want to thank the Economic Development for really doing a great job in trying to attract business here. I don't know where I'm talking to. I don't know where you're looking at from. You could be on Mars right now. I wouldn't know. But yeah, you know, I think a major factor in really attracting not only shoppers but new businesses is the cleanliness of the city. I think that's a major factor because it's the first thing that people see. You know, I think the graffiti program that we have here is very noticeable by the residents and businesses and visitors. I hear that all the time, that, look, you know, we drive through Torrance, very rare that we see a lot of trash or graffiti. That's a huge, huge attraction. Yeah, we brought up our access to very strong internet service. I think if we want to attract, larger businesses and especially the high-tech businesses, we do need to make available reliable and fast, or the fastest and most reliable internet service throughout the city. I'll give you an example where I was on 237th Street and Crenshaw. I used to have an office there, and it was one of the industrial buildings, and the only service available to that particular building, I think, was Time Warner. Those are the kind of things that I think we need to fix, because those are a lot of square footage, huge property that doesn't really have access. I think we need to, come up with programs or incentives for these companies to invest. I did talk to one of the companies. They told me that it would cost, maybe between $100,000 and $200,000 just to bring it to that particular location. That's something that obviously we need to fix. I love the Friendship City thing. I mean, if it's going to be something that's can attract other cities to have a relationship with Torrance, I think that's a great program. I am concerned about the transit center and having Wi-Fi available. I understand that's a necessity nowadays. You need to have internet to do anything, job applications, search for an address, et cetera, et cetera. But, the transit center, I think I've expressed this in the past, I do feel a certain sense of reluctance to the whole program there, because I just don't want it to become a transient hangout. You start giving out free internet, people start parking their cars there and hanging out all day because they get free Wi-Fi. I'm not saying we don't have to do it, we can't do it, but we have to be careful, especially if it's a 24-hour thing. But having said that, I think we are on the right track. I really like the things that are coming or happening around town. Let's just not forget about the rest of the city. I know there are some of the programs we're doing directly for the downtown area, but let's not forget that there's a whole city out there that needs help, especially the small businesses on the north end of the city seem to be struggling a lot more than anything that's towards the central part of Torrance or anything around Talamo Fashion Center. They seem to be doing a lot better than on the north end and the east side of the city. So let's not forget about the rest of the guys. All right, that's all I got. Thank you.
Councilmember Griffith.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Fulton, for your report. Appreciate the quarterly updates. It's nice to kind of hear a snapshot of what's been going on. One of the things I just wanted to comment on that's important to me that I think is something that we need to make sure we keep high priority on, and that's the downtown redevelopment that we've all approved to try to move forward, and the idea of the business improvement district. It's great to talk about the business improvement district, but in my mind, nothing's going to happen until that actually gets formed and starts collecting money from our businesses to help start creating some improvements in our downtown. And in my opinion, the sooner we get that started, the better. We can always adjust prices and increase membership over time, but until we start it and get a good defined set of what this is going to do for the businesses in that area, it's just all talk and no action, and we really need to see something moving forward on that in order to implement our plan for some of the business improvement in that downtown area. So that's my comments on that. Thank you otherwise.
Anybody else? How about the call center? Anybody called in?
Yes, Mayor, we have a caller in queue. I'll transfer the person now. Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to hear this presentation because I can see now you guys raking in the money, so the city is not going to be bankrupt. Unfortunately, the firefighters are still not spending their lunch money in Torrance. That's a big problem. And unfortunately, I don't spend money in the city as much as I can because I've been refused service in the city because I'm criticizing the firemen and the policemen. But otherwise, I'm also very happy you guys don't have to raise taxes because you guys raking in the money. You don't tell us how much you bring in, that's $15,000 and $64,000, and you're celebrating yourself. Give me a break. Tell me the millions you're raking in. Where is the dough? Where is the money? Show us the money. Thank you.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up, and this concludes all the callers for items 9A.
Call center, we actually have one more call coming in, please, for 9A.
Sheila, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
So you're talking about economic development, and, it's interesting how you're concerned about how technology is going to impact, economic development. What about how the fact that Torrance Police Department continues to murder people and how that affects economic development? What about the fact that 30 officers were involved in a messaging scandal sending racist, sexist, homophobic, anti-Semitic messages, and how that's affecting not only economic development, but lives. And the fact that people are continuing to die at the hands of Torrance Police Department, and you fools aren't doing anything. Instead, you're sitting here talking about money. You're once again proving what we've been saying, that you put profits over people. And all of you ought to be ashamed of yourself. You'll hear from me again on the next comment.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself, and that concludes callers for items 9A. Thank you.
Thank you. We've heard from council, we've heard from the callers, and take a motion to accept and file the quarterly economic development update.
Mayor, moves to accept and file the quarterly economic update. Thank you for 9A.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9B from the City Manager's Office to adopt categorical exemptions under California Environmental Quality Act, Section 15301. From staff.
Good evening, Your Honor. Members of the City Council, Danny Santana with the City Manager's Office. Testing. There we go. I'll try again. Your Honor, members of the City Council, Danny Santana with the City Manager's Office. Agenda item 9B involves the existing office building that was originally developed in 1983. As discussed in the item, the current lessees have negotiated an extension through 2042 with one 10-year option. Current monthly rent of approximately $4,600 will be sustained to allow the front-ending of several site upgrades, with annual CPI adjustments being reintroduced commencing January 1, 2024. Secondly, in keeping with the city's ground lease modernization efforts, the lessee has agreed to incorporate fair market valuation assessments at periodic intervals in 2030, 2038, and 2046, and effective in January 1, 2026, the inclusion of percentage rent sharing of 10% when rent collected by the lessee exceeds the monthly minimum basic rent paid to the city. It is the recommendation of the city manager that your honorable body adopt the categorical exemption per CEQA Guidelines Section 15301, existing facilities. Secondly, adopt a resolution determining the existing office building is not required for city purposes and that leasing the property is in the public interest. And lastly, approve a First Amendment to the lease agreement with Atif and David Hanna for city-owned property located at 25200 through 25202 Crenshaw Boulevard, with such property to be used by the lessee for an existing office complex and extending the term until December 31st, 2042. A sincere thanks to City Attorney Patrick Sullivan and Assistant Finance Director Ian Daly for their assistance in advancing the lease negotiations to completion. Staff is available for any questions, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Santana. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. Anybody on the call center? I have no one on the call center. No questions
No
from
callers at the moment, Mayor. Thank you.
So that if there are no callers, then we'll take a motion to, first of all, I need a number and title, please.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2022-09. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, determining certain city-owned property not required for city purposes and that leasing the property is in the public interest.
Move to adopt Resolution 2022-09.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is number 9C as in Charlie, also from the City Manager's Office, to adopt a resolution amending police safety management resolution, modifying the benefits section to amend the retirement health savings plan. From staff.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Katie Wan with the City Manager's Office. Item 9C is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council adopt a resolution amending Police Safety Management Resolution number 2019-82, modifying the benefits section to amend the Retirement Health Savings Plan, otherwise known as an RHSP. The current approved plan for police safety management members states that upon retirement, any hours under or equal to 300 sick and 150 vacation will be deposited into the RHSP plan. Recently, police safety management members expressed interest in increasing their sick and vacation deposits, allowing them to deposit more accruals into their RHSP plan. This results in no increased cost to the city. As such, the resolutions before your honorable body tonight will amend the agreement between police safety management employees and ICMA-RC to allow for any hours under or equal to 800 sick and 1,200 vacation to be deposited into the RHSP plan. And I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. Anybody in the call center call in?
Mayor, there are no callers for items 9C. Thank you.
Having no callers, and we've discussed it, I'll take, may we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. The first resolution is resolution number 2022-10, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending resolution number 2019-82, modifying the benefits section to amend the Retirement Health Savings Plan, RHSP. The second resolution is resolution number 2022-11, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, authorizing an amendment to the Retirement Health Savings Plan, RHSP, for safety management employees.
Mayor, move to adopt resolutions 2022-10 and 2022-11.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item is item 9D as in David, from Public Works, to adopt a resolution to enter into an agreement with the State of California for I-405 freeway and repeal the existing resolution. Ms. Overstreet.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Beth Overstreet from Public Works. The new resolution and freeway maintenance agreement before you tonight are needed in order to better define maintenance responsibilities for each city street that crosses under the 405 freeway within the city limits. The new on-ramps being constructed at 182nd and Crenshaw triggered the need for revisions, but upon further analysis of the previous 1964 resolution and agreement, it was discovered that some existing street segments were not included. So both documents have been revised to bring everything up to date. Overall, the city's responsibilities remain the same as before, which is to maintain the city's infrastructure, such as roadway, curbs, gutters, and sidewalks that pass through the state's right-of-way. But now this new agreement and resolution will just reflect more current conditions as well as those currently being constructed. Thank you for your consideration tonight, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. We do have a question. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I wish they gave us the ability to clean the off-ramps ourselves, because that's where most of the problem seems to be. I believe we have gone onto their property, Caltrans property, to clean the off-ramps before. I believe our own staff went on there. Do we get reimbursed when we do stuff like that, or how do we do it before, especially underneath the underpasses right now? Were we getting reimbursed, or were we waiting for Caltrans crews to clean it? I don't remember seeing anybody there.
We did, oh, I see Craig coming up. Did you want to add something?
Thank you, Beth. Councilman, currently we have an Adopt a Highway program which allows a contractor that we've hired for $55,000 annually to perform work on the freeway on-ramps related to trash and weed abatement. It does not allow us to sweep, and it's essentially contained within the ramp interchanges within the city. But it's paid for by the city in order for us to address issues that currently Caltrans has some challenges with.
Okay. So like moving forward, I know we're building a few new ramps. Moving forward, are we going to be able to keep those clean on a regular basis, or do we have to strong arm Caltrans? What do we have to do to make sure that they don't start looking like downtown LA ramps?
So obviously, I think my goal is to frequently communicate with their District 7 office to remind them about making sure they keep up with their responsibilities. But I know as well as a comment that you mentioned earlier, cleanliness of the city is important. And so if there's opportunities for us to look at some other ways to help them, they are dealing with the challenge of homelessness on the ramps as well. But our goal is to keep the city clean, and hopefully we can do that in partnership.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sullivan, did you click in?
Just one, Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney, just one quick addition to the reso. I think we need to add a sentence at the end of it specifically saying that resolution number 64-39 is repealed in its entirety. It's in the whereases, but it's actually not in the formal part of the declaration at the end.
We shall note that and make those amendments. Any other questions from council? I see none. Anybody in the call center?
No calls for items 9D, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Then I think I need a number and title.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2022-12, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, authorizing and directing the mayor and city clerk to execute and attest that certain freeway maintenance agreement, which supersedes the freeway maintenance agreement dated March 3rd, 1964, in its entirety between the State of California and the City of Torrance, as amended.
Move to adopt resolution 2021-12.
As amended.
Well, wait, I'm sorry.
That was last year.
Yeah, 2022-12.
As amended.
As amended.
Second, as amended.
Start voting, please. Councilmember Walser, thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is item 9E as in Edward from City Manager to adopt a resolution amending the resolution number 2018-86 for certain part-time hourly employees to address minimum wage and compaction impacts.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening again, Mayor and council members. Katie Wan from the City Manager's Office. Item 9E is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council adopt a resolution amending resolution number 2018-86 for certain part-time hourly employees to reflect compliance with the state's minimum wage law and associated compaction impacts. This is a non-represented group, so meet and confer is not required. The main changes to the resolution include the consolidation of the current 5-step pay scale to 3 steps to meet minimum wage requirements for the intern 1 position, consolidation of the current 5-step pay scale to 4 steps, including the deletion of the current step 1 to meet minimum wage requirements for police and fire cadets, consolidation of the current 3-step pay scale to 1 step at minimum wage for the box office attendant. For the cable TV announcer position, staff is recommending a pay scale adjustment to comply with the minimum wage law and to ensure we can continue to attract and retain qualified candidates. The associated cost with this pay scale adjustment is $6,019, and funding is available in the City Manager's General Fund operating budget. For the cable TV production assistant position, staff is recommending a pay scale adjustment including the addition of 3 new steps to comply with the minimum wage law and to ensure we can attract and retain qualified candidates. The associated cost with this pay scale adjustment is $14,601, and funding is available in the City Manager's General Fund operating budget. For the position of facility operations attendant, we are recommending to maintain the 1-step pay scale at minimum wage. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the council? I see none. Anybody call into the call center?
No calls at the moment for items 9E, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Then may we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is resolution number 2022-13, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending resolution number 2018-86, setting forth changes regarding hours, wages, and working conditions for certain part-time hourly employees.
I move to adopt Resolution 2022-13.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. 9F has been pulled, as was mentioned earlier. We move on to item 9G from the City Manager and Finance Office to authorize staff to prepare an agenda item to submit for voter consideration. From staff.
Thank you, Your Honor. Aram, Chaparyan, City Manager. Good evening, Your Honor and council members. Thank you for leading the city during one of the most challenging times of our modern history. Your leadership and commitment to our community is genuine and appreciated. I also want to thank our city employees for their constant commitment to public safety and serving Torrance despite COVID-19 impacts to them and their families, the city's budget constraints, and future uncertainty. Thank you to our residents and businesses for supporting our efforts and complying with health orders under very difficult circumstances. The past 2 years have impacted us all and will have an impact on our future. Before we proceed with this evening's presentation, I would like to provide an overview of the complex issues as you discuss and determine next steps regarding the request before your honorable body to consider a potential sales tax measure, ballot measure for Torrance voter consideration as part of the June 7th California primary election. We initially discussed the concept of a sales tax ballot measure dating back to the beginning of the fiscal year, which was in July of 21. Tonight, we'll hear the findings from the second statistically representative survey of local residents we have conducted in the last year. This will give us an accurate sense of our community's opinion and priorities related to the city and our budget challenges. In addition to this survey, staff has spent several months engaging with the public to educate and inform residents about our need for additional funding if we want to prevent deep cuts to essential services, including public safety. Many residents commend us for the job we're doing during these challenging times. Others share concerns and challenges they are experiencing in their personal and professional lives. We appreciate that these are challenging times for the city of Torrance and many of our residents. I would like to spend the next few minutes providing an assessment from my perspective as your city manager and city employee with 20 years of service and experience in Torrance. Our recommendation to place a sales tax measure on the ballot for local voters is not taken lightly. However, in lieu of the projected budget shortfalls in future years in the range of $10 million to $12 million, the city of Torrance will be at a significant disadvantage without additional revenue to meet our operating expenses, while retaining and recruiting quality talent to provide essential services. The city's operating budget is around $385 million, of which $220 million is in the general fund. We are in the business of public service, so it makes sense that 85% of the general fund goes towards the salary of city employees, with 65% towards public safety. To balance the budget without having public safety reductions may entail layoffs, pay cuts, and furloughs of existing employees. In the current job market, with all sectors experiencing staffing shortages, Torrance is experiencing an exodus of well-trained and experienced staff to other agencies. Comparable cities of similar size and scope to Torrance are at a better financial position than Torrance, since they'll have maximized local sales tax returns remaining in their city. Projected revenue from a local tax measure will ensure local control and allow the city council to allocate resources to maintain essential public services. The city has already made cuts in the amount of $20 million. We have balanced our budget through a combination of holding approximately 200 vacancies and the use of the American Rescue Plan Act, known as ARPA. However, this funding will run out until next fiscal year, which is June of 23. The service reductions we project are real and not a scare tactic. City faces uncertainty related to future litigation exposure, fluctuating revenue projections, and a constant increase in the cost of simply doing business. Other unknowns include potential stock market fluctuation, evidenced by the 1,000-point swing yesterday, even though market came back, housing price adjustment, inflation, and future potential COVID variants as we're experiencing with Omicron. I've also been told we are doing too good of a job, and the public won't believe us until we shut down libraries, reduce city services, and illustrate true pain. I can't recommend to your honorable body that we take the path right now of arbitrary service reductions when we can utilize American Rescue Plan Act funding through the end of fiscal year 2023. And we have the opportunity and the time to plan for alternatives should the new revenue not materialize. Since the inception of our public outreach, the city has had 2 public webinars and over 40 community outreach sessions to provide an overview of our pension and budget update, which included myself, our finance director, Sheila Poisson, police and fire chiefs. I encourage the public to please take the time and visit www.torranceca.gov/essential services. We also have a link on the main page of the city's website to watch the videos and learn more about these important topics. We have fortunately heard from over 3,000 Torrance residents who took the time to share their thoughts with us, and we look forward to hearing from more. One major takeaway we have learned during COVID-19 response is that, and I say this time and time again, uncertainty is a new certainty. We must build resilience through fiscal self-reliance in order to maintain local control and not allow adversity to deteriorate the fabric of our community. There is a direct correlation between public safety, great schools, high home values, business retention and attraction, tourists and visitors staying and shopping in Torrance. With council support, City of Torrance employees will continue on our mission to ensure Torrance stays a balanced community that embraces and celebrates its unique character and can withstand future challenges. This is evident by our collective response to the pandemic. Examples include the following program and services by city staff. Please bear with me. I think it's only fair that I give you some examples of our response. Torrance Fire Department implemented ambulance transport, evidenced by the recent ambulance shortages during the Omicron variant surge in the region, yet TFD was able to provide services to our residents while other agencies were struggling. The Torrance Police Department responds to civil unrest, protecting life and property despite significant staffing shortages. The Community Development Department continued to operate our one-stop permit center to facilitate property investment and job creation, while administering a renter's arrears program and implementing outdoor dining to help our local restaurants and breweries. City employees who overcame sickness, lost friends and family, yet came to work, worked extra shifts, and remained committed to our mission of service. Torrance Cares to Go, Dine Local, COVID-19 vaccination and testing programs. Response to cyber incidents and activation of a 24/7 emergency operations center with interactive communication officers providing real-time daily updates. Also our daily COVID-19 show providing latest news and resources to our community. Bus operators who provide a lifeline to work, school, and medical appointments. City attorney and city clerk updating, issuing latest emergency orders while providing support to city departments. City's homeless response team providing emergency housing vouchers and support. Community services providing virtual recreation, library programs, and developing a playbook on how to run a safe and viable farmers market. The use of parks for outdoor business. Economic development providing business grants to assist with outdoor operations and facilitation. We also dealt with the highest retirement rates in recent history and departures to other agencies. It's not just their departure that leaves a talent void, it's having to divert resources to recruit, select, and train replacements that requires extra resources too. Human resources team provided constant support, workers' compensation, and risk to ensure employees' safety to come back to work and provide service. General services team who continue to sanitize workspaces to ensure employees remain safe at work, while public works continue to pave roads, fix sidewalks, and advance major infrastructure projects throughout the city. We negotiated a new lease agreement with the Judicial Council of California for the multi-use sports complex at Civic Center and start a new collaboration with LA Galaxy to further activate site and provide expanded recreation service to Torrance and the region. All these while avoiding furloughs, pay cuts, layoffs with the support of the American Rescue Plan funding. There are not many cities, and let me say not many cities, that encompass the balance of Torrance and the opportunities we present. Our location and proximity to the port of LA and Long Beach, LA International Airport, our own beach, our own municipal airport, Old Torrance, 23 car dealerships, 12 microbreweries, second largest shopping center in California, endless cuisine options, diversity of culture and people, world-renowned hospitals, one of the best school districts in the state, home to successful businesses with more coming. We have the opportunity to create the city of the future that is fiscally sound, safe, secure, and prosperous. In order to remain a full-service city with local control, we will need to bring in additional revenue or make significant reductions. Remember that no city council in California, including your honorable body, may impose a sales tax or any other type of tax for that matter. All you may do is place the issue on the ballot for local voters to decide. Our recommendation is to give Torrance voters a voice and a chance to determine the future of our city by determining if additional funding is warranted in the current environment. The recommended path forward is based on facts of current circumstances, on industry standards, and similar efforts implemented at other cities of similar size and scope. You, as a city council, as stewards of the city, are entrusted with fiscal oversight, organizational accountability, and ultimate disposition of policies which impact all who live, work, play, and visit Torrance. Your city management team and city employees will continue to provide essential services, which will ensure the high quality of life Torrance residents and businesses expect is preserved for our community and future generations. Thank you for your stewardship, support, guidance, and oversight. I now turn over to our Finance Director, Sheila Poisson. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Sheila Poisson, Finance Director. As the City Manager just shared, since the pandemic, city staff have dedicated themselves to ensure that current service levels are maintained, all while revenues have not been sufficient to cover the existing costs. This has been made possible, however, only through federal assistance, identification of one-time revenues, holding roughly 120 positions vacant in the general fund, over 200 citywide, and recurring budget reductions identified of about $20 million over the course of the last 2 years, or 11.5%. The fiscal year that ended June 2021 operated at a surplus of $21.3 million. However, including $33.1 million in said one-time revenues, including the federal assistance of $12 million. Excluding these revenues, the city at the end of fiscal year 2020-21 would have operated at an $11.8 million deficit. At this time, fiscal year 2022 is also projected to operate at a deficit without the receipt of the last $12 million in American Rescue Plan Act funds. As a reminder, budget reductions in public safety have been delayed until July 2022, pending the outcome of a potential sales tax measure. Given that public safety makes up 65% of the general fund budget, cuts in these areas cannot be avoided without significantly impacting current levels of service in the other areas of the city budget. As approved by your honorable body in October 2021, staff have taken proactive steps towards educating the community of the city's current financial position and challenges. Since then, such information has been communicated through mailers, the city website, social media, and meetings with the community. To date, 3 mailers have been sent to residents, of which over 33,000 have provided feedback. Additionally, city leaders have met with employees, labor groups, commissioners, and over 25 major employers, community groups, and homeowners associations. The city has also hosted separate pension and budget forums with the public to allow for residents and community members to ask questions and engage in the conversation. Staff will continue these educational efforts, starting with 2 additional public forums to be held next week, should your honorable body approve to do so. During this month, polling consultants, FM3, have conducted a tracking survey with likely voters to assess the viability of a potential sales tax measure in the June 7th, 2022 election. With us tonight, I'd like to introduce Dr. Richard Bernard with FM3 to present the results and analysis of this January polling survey, along with Mr. Charles Heath of TBWBH Props and Measures, our strategy and public education consultant, to discuss next steps and timeline. For those watching online, the presentation slides have been posted on the City Agenda website. Without further ado, Dr. Richard Bernard, please. Richard, are you on the line? He's on. Richard, you may be muted. If you can unmute yourself, please. Okay.
Bear with us for a moment. We have some technical issues that we'll work through.
Council members, any thought on what I should do?
Oh, we can hear you now.
Oh, you can hear, great, okay.
There you are.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much, Sheila. I want to thank the mayor and the council for inviting me to present the results of your voter survey. Before I start, I just wanted to tell you that my charge as a researcher was to come into your city and not have a predetermined expectation, but simply try to draft a very unbiased survey and let the voters speak for themselves, and I believe the results will indicate that tonight. If you could turn to the next slide, please. We can. I'm wondering if you can make it a little wider, or it's cut off at the bottom. There you go. Okay. We conducted the survey between January 9th and the 16th of this year. It was a dual mode survey, included folks who responded both either online or on the phone, and we completed the survey among a random sample of 526, likely June 2022 City of Torrance municipal voters. You'll notice the margin of error of questions asked of everyone is plus or minus 4.4, but what we did was we took half the sample and we read, or they read if they were online, a ballot initiative with a 3/4 cent sales tax, and the other random half heard a 1/2 cent sales tax. We didn't want to start negotiating in the survey, and so I'll be presenting results for both the 3/4 cent and a 1/2 cent, and the margin of the error there is plus or minus 6.2. And we also provided the survey in both English, Japanese, and Spanish. If you're very quick on math and you notice something doesn't quite equal 100%, I blame that entirely on rounding error. Next slide, please. Before we get into the discussion about the ballot initiative itself, we asked a couple of questions about perceptions and mood of the electorate. So I'd like to present that now. Next slide, please. We asked a question that we had asked in July of 19th, October 19th, and August of 2021. And you'll notice the questions are at the bottom of the slides. We asked if people thought, if the voters thought that things were generally headed in the right direction in the city, or if they were on the wrong track. The right-hand side is the January 2022 numbers, where about 1 in every 2 said right direction and 1/4 said wrong track. Not surprising, there was a slight decline from August 2021. The new COVID-19 variants have certainly changed people's moods across California, and that was captured in the January 2022 numbers. In August 2021, people were starting to get out and being more social, and there was a hope that that COVID had been handled, but clearly we are at another variant. Next slide, please. We then gave them a series of departments and services and the council and the government. And after each organization, we said, do you have favorable or unfavorable opinions about the department or the organization? The dark blue is very favorable. The bright blue is somewhat favorable, and I've aggregated the total favorable on the right-hand side. The dull orange is somewhat unfavorable, and the bright orange is very unfavorable. And again, I've aggregated the total unfavorable on the right-hand side. And the gray are the folks who said they've either heard of that department or the city but couldn't rate, or they'd never heard of them at all. And you could see that many of the departments have scored very highly in terms of favorability. We'll start with the fire department, as it historically has been in your city. It has a 14-to-1 ratio of favorable to unfavorable. As in most cities, fire departments are loved, and your city is no exception. When it comes to City of Torrance Parks and Recreation Services, you have an almost 8-to-1 ratio of favorable to unfavorable. The police department has a little bit more than a 2-to-1 favorable to unfavorable number at 66 favorable, 26 unfavorable. The city government overall, that would include both the council and the folks who help run the city, have a favorable of about 3-to-1 in terms of its ratio. But note there's 21% who said they didn't know enough to offer an opinion, and that suggests that might explain why that number is not higher than it is. And finally, the Torrance City Council, note that a third didn't feel they knew enough to offer an opinion. But among the folks who did offer an opinion, you have approximately a 5-to-2 ratio of favorable to unfavorable at a time when people aren't likely to say good things about government at any level. The numbers here suggest that you're generally well liked by voters. Next slide, please. We wanted to look at the results for the City of Torrance city government overall comparatively to when it was asked in August of 21 and July of 2019. And you could see, compared to August of 2021, the numbers of that suggest favorable have increased by 17 points and are now about where they were when we first asked this question in July 2019. Why is that the case? If you'll notice at the bottom of August 2021, almost 4 in 10 didn't feel that they can offer an opinion at that time. Since you've done some outreach and you've listened and talked to the community, there tends to be a greater sense that they could rate you folks, and therefore the favorabilities have gone up, but the unfavorable number of 19 has pretty much stayed consistent across the other periods of time with an 18 and a 21, statistically insignificant between the groups. Next slide, please. And here we asked a new question. We wanted to get a sense of if folks thought that the budget situation for the government of the City of Torrance was getting better, if it was getting worse, or was staying about the same. Only 5% said it was getting better. About a third said it was about the same, and about a third said it was worse, with 3 in 10 saying they don't know enough to offer an opinion. Next slide, please. And finally, before we get to the initiative and discuss the results, we asked a conceptual question, the same conceptual question that we've asked in the 3 previous surveys. Do they even think you need the money for to provide the level of city services that Torrance residents need and want? And you'll notice we offered them a great need, some need, a little need, or no real need, or they volunteered they didn't know. And what was really striking is there's been a consistency across all 4 times we've asked this question, both in the 2019 surveys, the 2021, and the current survey. 59% consider there's a great or some need, with almost 3 in 10 saying there's a little or no real need. Next slide, please. And now I'd like to get into the discussion of the ballot measure itself. Next slide. And we presented what I'll call a placeholder ballot question, which we reviewed with your legal counsel, and asked them as to whether they were willing to support a half the sample herd at 3/4 cents and half the sample herd at half cent. The 3/4 cent at the time was expected to generate about $27 million.
A half cent was expected to generate about 18 million. We read this to them if they were on the phone or they read it online, and then we said, based on this description, would you vote yes in favor or no to oppose? Next slide, please. Let's look at the left-hand side, please, first. There are the folks who heard the 3/4 cent sales tax. Everything else about the ballot question was the same. If they said they would vote yes in favor, we asked that as definitely or probably yes, because we want to know the intensity of support. If they said that they would vote no, we asked them, is that definitely or probably? Again, we want to know the intensity of the opposition. If they were undecided, we asked them if they would lean yes or if they would lean no. If they said they'd lean yes, we put them in the yes camp. If they said they'd lean no, we put them in the no camp. And in total, 52% said they would vote yes, 44% said they would vote no, and 4% were undecided. And I'll remind you, we're looking at a general purpose measure, which is a 50+1 measure, and the margin of error here, again, is plus or minus 6.2. If we look on the right-hand side, you'll see that same question, but with a little bit lower sales tax rate, is at 59% yes, 37% no, and 4% undecided, with a 9% increase in the definitely yes compared to the 3/4 cent, suggesting at this point in the survey that a half cent is much more acceptable to a higher percentage of voters in your city than the 3/4 cent. Nonetheless, we gave them some education, and if you could turn to the next slide. So next slide, please. So we gave them some education to get a sense that, and we're simulating some outreach, and the kinds of things that we shared with them included the fact that this money would be used to improve and maintain response times for medical emergencies, that money is needed for infrastructure improvements for many of your aging buildings and your streets. And we talked about the homeless situation, among other things in the city. And then we re-asked that ballot question that I just showed you. On the left-hand side, again, is the 3/4 cent sales tax. You'll remember just a moment ago on that initial vote where I just had the ballot title and summary with nothing else. They voted 52-44. They said they would vote 52 yes, 44 no. After education, it went up to 61 yes, 36 no, and the definitely yes is 34%. So the intensity going up 8 points on the definitely yes side. If you look on the right-hand side, the sales tax, I'll remind you, it started a little bit higher with just ballot title summary at 59 yes, 37 no. After that education I just described, it went up 4 points. The definitely yes went down 1, but statistically not much difference. And the opposition is at 33%, suggesting a slight benefit, modest, statistically not much difference, but a little bit of a modest performance on the half cent relative to the 3/4 cent. That being said, we introduced some critical statements. On the next slide, please. And those kind of critical statements are statements that one would typically hear in any city or county or state, that you have enough money if you were just prudent and you didn't waste the money, you wouldn't need the sales tax. Or saying something like the county and the sales taxes and the state sales taxes are already out of control. We don't want the city to follow that lead. And we then re-asked that ballot question that I initially showed you before. In this case, I'm showing you a line graph for comparative purposes. You'll notice the blue line is the total yes, the folks who said definitely, probably, and lean yes, the 3 times that we asked this ballot question. The orange line is the total no when we asked this ballot question, the definitely, probably, and lean no, all 3 times we asked it. And the gray, that bottom line, is the undecided folks. On the left-hand side, you could follow the lines of the votes. Again, it started at 52-44. After education, it was 61-36. I just showed you that. And then after critical statements, you're at 49-45 for a 3/4 cent. Note the gap is only 4 points from the total yes to the total no, 49-45. If we go over to the right side, it tells a little bit of a different story. Here on the initial vote, For the half cent, you were at 59 yes, 37 no. You saw that originally after ballot title and summary. After the education, you just saw the 63-33 yes, no. And then after the critical statements, it drops down to 52-40. But note the gap is 12 points, suggesting that there is a higher probability of a half cent passing relative to a 3/4 cent. Next slide, please. And in conclusion, next slide. Overall views of the Torrance city government have improved since the summer. Almost 6 in 10 have favorable views. 1/3 of voters believe that the city's budget will get worse, and another third expect it to be about the same. 6 in 10 continue to perceive the city as a great or some need for additional funds. This is a number that has been consistent over the 4 surveys we've done over the 3 years. And through much of the survey, there appears to be slightly greater support for a half cent tax relative to a 3/4 cent sales tax. And with that, I would like to, I believe that's it for me, and I would like to turn over to Charles Heath.
Thank you, Richard. Appreciate the summary of the survey results. So what we're looking at here is a timeline for taking a revenue measure to the June 2022 ballot. As has been described tonight, we have conducted extensive outreach. We have conducted 2 surveys of your voters. We're delivering the results of our feasibility analysis, and we do believe that it's potentially viable to approve a increase in your local sales tax. We think that the half-cent rate is the prudent approach to take, given the data that Richard just summarized. So the process from here is we will continue that informational outreach up until the point that the council votes to place the measure on the ballot. We will take what we have learned from the survey and build the resolution and ordinance that will come back to council for approval. And then once the measure is on the ballot, the city is legally prohibited from advocating for the passage of the measure. So any advocacy work, either for or against the measure, would have to be independent from the city and not using any public resources. So if we can go to the next slide. Just some key dates and deadlines. Obviously tonight we're presenting the poll results and the recommendations related to the sales tax proposal. The plan is to bring back that resolution and ordinance on February 15th for council consideration, and that is aiming to stay out in front of the March 11th deadline to qualify for the June 2022 ballot. And then from that period of time from March through June, that's when we would complete the informational outreach effort and then transition to the campaign period. So with that, I think Richard and I are both available to answer any questions that the council may have.
Thank you, guys. Do we have any questions for our consultants? I see no. Councilmember Chen.
Mayor, actually, I'd like to listen to some of the colleagues and other comments and come back and ask questions, if that's okay.
Well, we have no questions from council at the present time. I'd like to just make a little synopsis of what we have. You know, everybody complains about taxes, and sitting up on the dais is no different. We all pay taxes as well, and I think everybody knows that we're paying federal and state income taxes, and the city has no control over state and federal income taxes. And ironically, you, our constituents, pay the taxes, as do we, and to get money from the federal government or the state, generally we have to do grants. We have to ask for that money. They don't gratuitously send us money. We actually have to have a project, a program, put it together, and then ask either the federal government or the state to give us some funding. The other methods of income that we have are property taxes. Everybody that owns property pays property taxes. And the little-known secret is that the city only receives about 13.6%. So for every dollar paid, we get 13.6 cents coming to the city. We also have a utility users tax, which is 6.5%. It's never been raised since it's been instituted. It's been exactly the same. And then there's a sales tax that is statutorily arranged that we get 1% of all the sales tax that is collected in our city. And we've been very fortunate, most recently, north of $50 million in a good year. Obviously, in 2020, things were a little bit different. And that's one of the things that exacerbated where we're at today. But one of the things, and it was actually brought up by Councilmember Griffiths, that we really haven't had a raise. The city has to pay more money for our employees. We have to pay more money for goods and services that we contract to, but we really never received a raise. Sometimes the sales tax income from that 1% does go up, but we have no control over that. All we can do is be good stewards of our businesses, and hopefully they do well, and if they do well, we get a percentage. Same thing with the car dealers. You heard earlier tonight a report from our economic development director, and she mentioned that the sales of vehicles is good. And then the good thing is that we do get 1% from any vehicle purchased in the city of Torrance. Now, if somebody goes and buys a vehicle elsewhere, we don't get that 1% of that because we don't have a true Torrance sales tax. If there was a true Torrance sales tax, if somebody purchased a vehicle, then we would get funding for that. Not that long ago, Measure R and Measure M were put forth by the County of Los Angeles. Each one of those was for a half cent to increase the rapid transit in Los Angeles County. I opposed each and every one of those because we were not getting a local return on those funds that I felt was fair. If you calculate that up, half cent times 2, just by those two measures alone, the taxpayers in Torrance, or at least those who are purchasing things here, gave the County of Los Angeles more than $50 million a year since those were instituted. Ironically, there are 2 other measures that give them another 1%, so they're actually getting more than $100 million from the city of Torrance for rapid transit in County of Los Angeles. We do not get that back. We get a percentage, but again, much like the federal and the state income tax, we have to, for lack of a better word, ask for grants. I would say grovel is one of the other ways that we get money from there. But if a sales tax measure or use tax measure was instituted through the ballot measure, all of that money would come to the city of Torrance. And as they pointed out, for a half cent, that would be, $18 million. Projected at today. $18 million is an awful lot of money to help us maintain the services we have and to perhaps modify and even enrich some of the services that we give. Mr. Chaparyan, do we know how many employees we had back in 2000 in the city of Torrance?
Yes, Your Honor. In the early 2000s, we were close to like 1,250 FTEs. Mm-hmm. Through budget reductions, especially since 2008 with the Great Recession, we've eliminated about 130 approximately positions in the city budget.
And we've never increased those people again. Once they're gone, they're gone.
They're gone. We've implemented the reorganizations through conversion of positions in both police and fire, the 2 civilian positions. But as a net, we have not added additional positions since they were eliminated.
And what Mr. Chaparyan mentioned earlier was that we don't know if something else will be coming upon us. When the election in 2020, March of 2020, we had an election that was scheduled for the early part of the month. Who knew that we'd be hit with a cyber attack on March 1st? It knocked out all of our computers and caused us a lot of problems, but also economic issues as well, getting everything back up and running. And ironically, the insurance that we had on that has now, I don't know what the number would be. We went from $250,000 to almost $1.5 million now to pay for that same insurance. So our costs have increased demonstratively just for that over the last 2 years. Not only did we have a cyber attack, but 2 weeks later, we had a pandemic. That we all know about because it closed down our government, it closed down our schools, it closed down our economy for a good 2 months before we got back up and starting to run. Then we had civil unrest that was mentioned earlier as well, and that was another cost increase that we had to go through. So I recognize that people don't want to pay taxes, and taxes are very difficult to ask for, but government works on taxes, and our property taxes in California are protected by Proposition 13, and we're very blessed to have that. As I mentioned at the outset of the meeting, I was in District of Columbia and talking to my colleague mayors there, and they all want to replicate it because, well, the mayors don't want it so much, but the governors would like to, and the people who live there would like to institute some kind of control over the property taxes because a house in New Jersey that's valued at $250,000 pays about 5 times the amount of tax that I pay on my house in Torrance, California. And, it's the same all over. One of the major corporations here decided to move to Plano, Texas. They were in Plano, Texas less than 6 months, and ad valorem tax increased 4% on their property taxes because more people moving in there, they need more schools, they need more streets, they need more infrastructure. So they had to work on it. We're not coming into this blindly. And there was some criticism that we sent out mailers to advise people. Well, as you heard today with the survey, and the survey was limited, a little bit more than 500 people who were educated, and when they educated, their position changed a little bit. I have in front of me our last 2 budget documents, huge documents, and these are all on the internet. They're all on our website. It has all the documentation, where the money comes from, where the money goes to, and I dare say, everyday life, you're not going to be reading our website to read these things. It's there. If you wanted to look for it, it's right there in black and white, and you can go through it and spend hours doing it. People on the council, we have an obligation to read all of these and make sure we know where things are at. But the general population, it's our curb appeal. As Mr. Chaparyan pointed out, sometimes we do ourselves a disservice because things look good. Our buses operate on a regular basis. Your trash gets picked up on a regular basis. The streets get cleaned. The water flows when you turn your faucet on. When you flush your toilets, things disappear. And that's all part of what local government provides to the community. But it's not something that you delve into as the elected leaders have to. And that's why we represent you, so we can look into this, find the detail, and move on from there. Education is an important aspect of it, and I think we have to continue to educate the public as we go forward. Whether or not there's a ballot measure, everybody has to know where we are and what will happen if we do not get more income. And there's only one way that we can get income, folks, and that is through a ballot measure to increase the sales tax. We could do utility users tax. It would be a ballot measure there too. We can't do anything with the property taxes. I guess we could do a parcel tax, and I don't think anybody would be appreciative of that as well. Sales tax, they say 30% of the income from that is people who live outside our city. Well, it may or may not be true, but we know it's not 100% of our citizens. A half-cent sales tax is 50 cents for $100. For $1,000 purchases, it'd be $5. Not enough to buy a cup of coffee at one of our major coffee producers. So I think we have to look at what more income from the city can provide. And I really think it's incumbent upon us to go forward, continue educating the population, and hopefully you agree that perhaps there is a need in our city for more money so that we can maintain the services that you want. We've done the survey, and maybe even modify them and make them even better. Councilwoman Ashcraft?
Thank you. I just want to say something about the emails that we've received, and you hit on it a little bit. A couple emails about if we need revenue, why are we sending out mailers? Well, because the city, as you said, is committed to educating and being transparent. There are videos. The city website carries all the information. We've had Zoom meetings and invited the whole community to listen, and join in on the discussion. We've given a lot of information, but not all residents use the internet or even look at these sites. Therefore, a mailer is just about the only way that we can engage the entire city to make certain that they see the information that we're talking about. Doesn't matter how much we send out, doesn't matter how much information and education we try to do, we're still going to hear that we haven't been communicating enough. If you have any idea of how we can communicate better, we're open to it, and I know that everybody on our staff is open to the same thing. I also want to add that with an increase in sales tax, it doesn't relate, there will be no increase to sales tax on food or medications. I also know that we've been talking, and if you've read the materials, a citizen oversight committee has been talked about. I feel that is very important, such as the school district, Torrance Unified School District had a bond oversight committee of citizens, not of city staff, of citizens, and it was very successful in updating and keeping the residents informed about what was going on. I take the fiscal oversight of this city very seriously. I am not a person that likes an increase in taxes, but as has been said, we don't have revenue coming in. We haven't had a raise in forever. And just tonight, we had to vote to increase the minimum wage, which is more money out of the general fund to pay employees because it's state mandated. So there are things like that that we could go on and list, and that's more money going out that we don't have coming in. So those are some of the reasons that I see that this is a necessary thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess, obviously, my position on taxing anyone, especially new taxes, has always been a hard no. I do realize we have, budget shortfalls, but I also realize that a lot of the budget shortfalls have been caused by the pandemic and some of the other issues we may have had, I guess, the month or two before. Having said that, I put a lot of weight into public safety. I think public safety is one of the biggest, attractions to our city. People know that Torrance is safe. They know that the police will show up. Sometimes it might take a little longer to show up, but because of our shortfalls, I guess, right now in the department. But nonetheless, you guys show up. The fire department, you call 911, you get a health issue, they show up. I've called them myself at a home fire many years ago. Torrance Fire showed up, probably before I could even get to the front door. They were already there. It was amazing. So I do put a lot of weight to what public safety means to a lot of people. And I mean, it's obvious in these surveys that public safety is, I'd say, probably the number one concern. Also, in the presentations that we've been doing, I think we talk about a lot of possible, decreases in times, the response times. I think that's something that, we should be concerned about. I don't see how, though, with a general purpose ballot measure, tax ballot measure, I don't see how we can guarantee to the public that money is going to go where it needs to go. Because let's face it, the city council changes, the mayor changes, I change, you change. We're all going to be gone sooner or later. There's going to be a change of people making decisions. Our city manager, 20, 30, 40 years from now might be gone, right? Move on to other things. My point is that, I have a hard time trusting government in general. I may trust the people here now and the staff that we have. I may trust them now. But we also need to realize that this tax is really, it's a forever tax. And very rare that taxes go away once they're there. You know, the governments get used to spending the money, and there we go. 65% of our budget going to public safety. Public safety being one of the major concerns of the public. Sacramento requires a 2/3 vote on all new taxes. I actually tend to agree with that. I think that 2/3 of the population agreeing on something shows that it's a supermajority of people agreeing on something, especially when it comes to taxation. You know, this is not just about, you know, planting a couple trees and fixing a couple potholes. This is a forever tax that will affect businesses, maybe not, considering that most of California is overtaxed to begin with. I hate putting a burden on taxpayers. Yet another tax, yet another tax. The only way that I would ever support a tax initiative, if it's a special tax, and 100% of that money goes to public safety, 100%. Because without public safety, we got nothing. And we pride ourselves in having really a strong police and fire department. So I'd like to see that 100% of that money goes to them if we're even going to go down this road. It seems like we have consensus here to move forward, possibly move forward with a ballot initiative. But if it's a tax that goes into the general funds, money that will, maybe not now, but eventually be spent on whatever else they want, maybe not even public safety. It says here, to maintain city services such as fire, paramedic, public safety, 911 response, safe schools, etc. Such as, to me, sounds like, yeah, we are going to spend it there, maybe. Okay, it's not a definite. I'd like to see a special tax. I'd like to see, not that I would like to see a special tax, I would like to see no tax, but I know we're in desperate need of funds and we want to retain services. Special tax or nothing in my book. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for all the work that you've done on this thing. I'm going to wait for the majority of my comments until after the public has an opportunity to speak, but I had a couple quick questions. If this was a specific use tax, it would require a 2/3 majority on a vote to pass. Is that correct?
On the public?
For the public to
Yes,
pass,
that's
if
correct.
it was a specific as
That
opposed
is
to a general
correct.
tax?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't see that that's ever going to happen. I just think that that's hugely unlikely to get that much of a percentage of the population to vote for a tax. And the other question I had right now is let's assume a 5-cent sales tax increase. What would the impact of that typically be to the average Torrance resident? Do you have any number to kind of?
I don't have the exact number, but I can say it would be under $100, as a 75-cent or 3/4 is estimated. I believe it's about $130 per year per resident.
So that's a small price to pay to support our city, in my opinion. I would also venture to guess that probably a majority of the people in our city are members of Amazon Prime. And I'll bet you all pay $110 or something dollars per year to be a member of Amazon Prime. And you're supporting Amazon. And you're taking that tax money out of our coffers and putting it into online taxes. So we lose twice. And if the residents of our city aren't willing to spend that same $100 on us, shame on all the residents. We deserve that money that other people have no problem taking away from us. We need to defend ourselves. We need to protect our city that we love. And $100 a year per person is really not too much to ask to have the quality of life that we all care about so much stay intact. I'll have more to say about this in a little bit. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else from the council? See none? We have anybody in the call center?
Yes, Mayor, we have 2 callers in queue, transferring the first one now. Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Is it me? Who did you call?
Pork chop?
Yeah. Okay. I did not hear you because the delay. So you guys crying, and you scaring people. First of all, Pat Curry, I pay for my water with the taxes on it for essential services, and every resident pay for the water you dump. The second, you did not show that how much you pay for your staff, for your employees, like the fire chief, over $500,000. Police chief, over $500,000. Mr. Chaparyan, $27,000 a month, and all the benefits, a retirement package. You pay more than you can generate. Spend less on yourself. Stop crying like bitches. You're overcharging everything, and you're serving yourself. You...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Arthur S., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
All right, to the Torrance City Council, what is needed now is leadership, not shame and blame. I reject Councilman Griffith's disgraceful comments shaming the consuming public or the citizens in general. It is your responsibility as a council to balance the budget, to spend less than revenue that's taken into the city. Furthermore, raising the sales tax is a bad move in a time of unprecedented inflation and in a time where businesses have struggled for the last 2 years because of the overreaching, unconstitutional pandemic. I think it is outrageous for the city council to put shame on the residents of the community when it is the council's job to balance the budget, to make the hard choices, and to cut the excessive spending where needed. Where is the discussion for pension reform? Where is the discussion for limiting or reducing certain city services? We have one library, main library, and 6.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Mary Ann D., are you calling in for item 9G?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. It seems to me that you could divert money from your bloated policing budget by firing the officers that you're well aware of, the slew of them, and to meet this budget shortfall, to meet certainly a good chunk of the shortfall and not replace them, because, and then divert that to critical services that are outside of that, because harassment, murder, intimidation are not public safety.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. I believe we have one more caller coming in. Sheila, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
So you're talking about raising the sales tax for the people, when what you really need to be looking at is how to balance your budget and the fact that all the revenue that you are getting and are irresponsible spending on a murderous, corrupt, racist police department is a waste of tax dollar money. Not to mention the fact that you're also having to pay out for lawsuit after lawsuit because they continue to beat and kill and abuse and oppress people. And the fact that this is your answer instead of looking at yourselves and looking at what the heck your city is doing is exactly why you all are failures. And it's exactly, it also even comes out in your darn survey that you did where it shows that over 35% of the city says that Torrance Police Department is not effective and they don't have a favorable opinion of them. Hello? So defund their asses and there you go. They're fixing your budget.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Transferring the next caller. Torrance Patriot, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening, everybody. Mayor Fury, City Council, Fire, Police, City workers. I stand with you. And about the sales tax, I do believe that Councilman Tucci does have a point. I would like to see, if we did do this, that maybe it's not just a certain amount, but maybe just a percentage of what is raised goes to certain departments and facilities, you know, such as the fire and the public safety and police and the upkeep, and all the other stuff from the general fund goes to the other stuff, just so that it's not abused. And I don't know if you can do that, but it would be a way to kind of semi-guarantee where these...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. William, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening, City Council. I first want to acknowledge the City Mayor and actually everyone and City Manager for a great job in explaining what's the task at hand, and the Mayor for being a good leader and presenting, making a case for this. Matucci, I agree with you. Griffin, I like the question, and I agree. $100 a year, a little over $100 a year is really nothing for all of what we need to do to support the city's emergency services. That's it. Thank you.
Mayor, this concludes any callers for item 9G. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the public for their comments. And I've been reflecting on this issue for a while. And looking at the results of FM3, it has more solidified my opinion of this issue. I recall in March 2020 election, I believe we had what we called Measure X. In my head, Measure X was called a preemptive strike, if you will, that we will only add a local sales tax measure if some other agency in the county was going to add one. And I think we did do some, this time around, I believe the so-called education or marketing campaign is much more stronger than the timelines we went into Measure X. But as I look at the results here, for those who took the data, it was not as different as I would have expected, including what we call education or the campaign that's gone out. I think the features and benefits that our city manager, Aram Chaparyan, shared with us earlier is spot on. We have a lot of features and benefits in the city of Torrance, and I believe those are the areas that with our new, young, energetic, high potential department heads, and looking at the economic development review this afternoon from Fran, I think we actually have the potential to increase our revenues, to really pursue these efforts that Fran shared with us, and maybe even put in some targets and put timeline on some of these pursuits that was mentioned we're going to do in 2020, so we become more aggressive. Because we are such a unique city, so geographically, strategically located, with good public safety and schools. And those are the features we got to do with a marketing campaign to bring in more businesses, corporate headquarters, to increase our revenue. I believe there are always going to be unknowns. I think unknowns is just part of life. So that's the area which we have experienced department heads of leadership who knows that there are unknowns and what are potential unknowns, traps, and we place in what we call risk mitigation steps. That's what experienced leaders do. Look at potential pitfalls and put in risk mitigation steps. When we have an issue such as a cyber attack, I'll put that in the category of the act of God. Those things do happen. That's when we use reserves. The pandemic, that's when we use reserves. We clearly said the American Rescue Plan, we got funds. That's what the federal government did, is to take care of these unusual, catastrophic situations. And that's what we use to take care of our budget during this crisis pandemic. But when I realized, looking at the data that staff provided for us last year, and when I looked at what we've been using to balance our budget since 2015, and we start using our reserves to balance our annual budget, the light bulb came on to me around middle of last year, and many people, my colleagues and staff, probably realized when I saw the light bulb. And that's when I say using reserves to balance our budget since 2015 was not the right approach, the way I understand fiscal responsibility and managing budgets. Reserves are for catastrophic events, unpredictable unknowns that happen to us. That's when we pull out the reserve. And I know there's explanations, refinery issue, but what I'm getting at is just like anybody who has a spending problem, that we know of someone who has a credit card spending problem, always over budget, where we need to do is really look at very simple math. Don't spend more than you have. Change the spending habits. And I think that's what we need to do. We need to look at what we're spending on, then we've got to use our features and benefits of the city to increase revenue, continue to attract new businesses. Measure X was actually, to me, still a better way. And I think I spoke that last time, that I would have been in favor of Measure X if that was the proposal on the table we did last time. And my guess is FM3, when I thought the survey was going on, is for a 3/4 cent sales tax. And Measure FM3 also did a survey on half cent. For some reason, our consultants probably thought that 3/4 cent sales tax measure increase wasn't going to fly anyway. So I was a little surprised when I saw the half cent sales tax put in the survey. Given if Measure X is not on the table, I think I may, if there's appetite for a specific tax, then something I may be open for discussion, because that goes into what brings people into the city of Torrance. Public safety. The government needs to create an environment where the business and the public is safe. Then the business can operate, thrive, and innovate. Where we talked about creating a finance oversight committee, I think that adds to the marketing of this pitch, but I actually disagree with that. I believe each one of us as elected officials, that is our responsibility. We don't need to add another layer of that. I know it tries to sell, it helps sell this proposal, but I believe we here are that committee. As a matter of fact, we also have a committee called Government and Finance Committee that a few of us serve on already. So I am not there yet. Looking at the data, I'm not there yet. And I'm not sure the public is convinced yet either, but I am not. So that's what I want to share with you.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffiths?
Thank you, Mayor. Just as a reminder for anybody who doesn't know, I've served on this council now in my 8th year now. So I've seen a lot of stuff going on in our city and paid a lot of attention to what's going on, not just in our city, but what's going on all around us through our neighboring cities, statewide, and throughout the United States. And how that interacts with what happens here in Torrance. I'm not a fan of increasing taxes, never have been. And our taxes that we currently pay in the city of Torrance, sales tax, is 9.5%. As was said earlier, only 1% of that is for Torrance. And the voters approved all the other sales tax increases that we've had to bear, but none of those have benefited the city of Torrance. Those have gone off and we've gotten cents on the dollar in return on the amount of sales tax that we've put in for those sales tax increases that were voted in by the voters. I opposed all those taxes, and I oppose taxes that don't benefit our community. I want to see our community continue to thrive and to grow, And I want to just take a few more minutes to really detail out some of the things I've seen over my 8 years here on council that we haven't had any compensation for to help cover these increases in costs that the city has. Minimum wage is increased, as was mentioned earlier. Almost a 40% increase in the minimum wage just in the last 4 years. We didn't vote that in. We didn't want that, but that's something we had to deal with, and we had to adjust accordingly. Many mandate after mandate from our state and the federal government has increased our cost of doing business as a city government. Additional details that we have to deal with, additional regulations that the state puts upon us that take time and energy from our staff to be able to meet those mandates that the state imposes on us, but doesn't compensate us for the time and energy that we as a city have to spend to manage those state mandated issues. And I can go on and on about those. As also has been mentioned, legal fees and lawsuits. Our legal system is out of whack. But yet we as a city government, we're the deep pocket that has to pay the legal fees, the settlements, for even the smallest piteous things that somebody, trips on a little crack. And we end up having to pay tons and tons of legal fees, and frivolous lawsuits are thrown at us all the time because we're a deep pocket. And that's our legal system allows that to happen. And even if we happen to win the case, we still have to pay the legal fees. Cybersecurity, it's not an act of God. It's an act of people attacking cities and government entities, businesses. It's happening more and more every single day. And it's likely to happen again if we don't spend the money it takes to defend ourselves against that type of thing. And what's going to be next after cybercrime? Likely somebody will think of something that we will have to figure out a way and spend money to defend against. Labor costs. We all know labor costs. Besides just minimum wage, the cost of everything is going up to have good employees. We face that challenge here as a city every single day when we try to hire the best and brightest people to work for our city. Many of the cities around us have implemented a similar tax to what we're proposing, and they've done it years ago. And they've been benefiting from that increased revenue for quite some time. And so they're able to say, okay, you know what? We want the best and the brightest employees, so we're going to offer a little bit more than the other cities around them might be offering. You can talk to any of our departments. Our departments are being attacked for our best employees, and we're losing employees day after day due to other cities being more competitive than we are in salaries. The only way we can combat that is to increase what we pay. Otherwise, we're going to be at a competitive disadvantage as a city. And the majority of cities in LA County have already instituted this type of a locally protected sales tax for the benefit of their cities and their communities. Torrance is now in the minority of cities that does not support their city with a sales tax. We've all known the detriment the increased pension expense has had upon our budget. As you've no doubt can see and look up online, our pension costs have skyrocketed year after year after year. It's not just Torrance. This is a problem that plagues our state. It plagues our country. And it's a problem that we are prohibited by law to say, well, we don't want to pay that pension anymore. We have to pay it. We don't have a choice. And we've taken significant steps as a city to try to minimize the damage that those pension costs are doing to our city by refinancing our unfunded pension liabilities so that we're not paying the high interest rates that the state wants us to pay. We're paying it at a much lower rate because we've refinanced that debt. That's a step that we've taken, but we still have to pay it, and it's not going to go away. It will, over time, be reduced through the efforts of many different programs that have been put into place, but it's taking time for those benefits to see the light of day and have us see the benefit of that. As we're going to hear in just a few minutes on one of our future agenda items here tonight, the cost of elections, for us to hold a democratic election in our city, has skyrocketed. You'll see that we pay now almost $500,000 more unbudgeted in our city to hold a city-wide election. So you'll see the details on that shortly. But it's just astonishing how much more we're having to pay for that. Where is that money coming from? General cost increases that we're all facing, the cost of materials, the cost of healthcare, the cost of equipment, the cars and vehicles that we buy. All of that's going up, up, up. Certainly things like the pandemic, we can't predict that that's going to happen. And certainly it has had a significant impact on us because we're such a sales tax dependent city. As I mentioned a little earlier in my initial comments, our sales tax revenue has been declining because of the increase in online purchasing. We're all guilty of it, myself included. I'm an Amazon Prime member. I order stuff online, and the city loses money on that. We are not buying from our local businesses as much as we used to. And the pandemic has exacerbated that to the point where fewer and fewer people buy anything at a brick and mortar store in our city. And so even though we've been lucky enough to still have increases in our sales tax revenue, it's not at the pace that purchases are happening because those purchases are being diverted to online sales. Plus, we're fortunate that we have a great deal of retailers in our city so we have grown our retail community to some extent to allow us to see a brick and mortar sales tax increase. But we're all hurting it by doing online buying, and I'm not trying to shame anybody. It's just a fact. Just there are increases in our security costs, our security for our neighborhoods, security for our council meetings, security for everything. Those costs are going up, 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 up. I want Torrance to be a leader. I want Torrance to be the best city we can be. And I don't think $100 a year per person is too much to ask to have the type of city we all want and that we've all been used to. And yes, can we cut some spending? Absolutely we can, and we have. But do we need to increase our spending in many areas, including public safety, which is obviously very important? Yes, we do. We need to make sure that we can be competitively a leader to keep the best and the brightest working for our city to provide you the best services that you want. Torrance has never increased the sales tax. We have, since day one of sales tax, we've had 1% of the sales tax. That's the way it is today. We have never increased it. As the mayor reminded of me saying this at a previous meeting, I think it's time Torrance deserves a raise. That's the end of my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalani?
Thank you, Mayor. That's pretty hard to follow. Thank you, Councilmember Griffith, for your factual and articulate information about our conversation this evening. Our discussion this evening it's about being transparent. It's as transparent as it can be, and it's giving the residents of Torrance a choice. I'm not making the decision as an individual. I don't like taxes. I don't want to pay more. Can I afford to have one less cup of coffee a week and it more than make up for the $100 a year? Absolutely. Might even reduce some calories because of everything I put in it, so I can benefit that way. But anyway, it's about giving the residents of Torrance a choice tonight. It's not about making the choice. And it would be wrong for us to take that choice away from the voters. This measure deserves to be on the ballot. I don't like raising taxes at all. I do not take this decision lightly. But I do not want to see the integrity and the beauty of our city change in a negative way. It has been said many times, and I asked myself, has Torrance ever implemented a tax for themselves on their own? And they haven't for a very, very long time. This is about the changes that we're all going through. there's not a single one of us, at least that I know, that would take a job with the promise that they will never, ever get a raise. They'll never get an opportunity to keep up with inflation. And that's all the city is asking for, no more and no less. So I would like to see this go to the voters. I would like to see the voters' voices to be heard and for them to have a choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Walzer.
Thank you. I've waited patiently. Many wonderful points have been made by everyone. I think the important thing that we have to consider is the need to protect and defend our city from the unknowns of what's happening these days. So many things are beyond our control, and the strings are being pulled on us in different directions from state, federal, county, the economy, pandemics, cyber warfare, everything like that. And as was stated, the new norm is the unknown, and we can't protect ourselves from the unknown if we don't build up some reserves. We are definitely controlling and reducing expenses as best we can. So I think we want to maintain the level that Torrance has always had as a fine, superior city. We proud ourselves in being a balanced city. To be honest, we're out of balance now because of so many outside influences. And I would like very much to see us continue this and protect ourselves. One issue that hasn't really been brought up is that there is a max on the sales tax that can happen in our state right now. There can be variances on it, but it's pretty well set at the rate that a maximum of 3/4 can be added by ourselves. If we don't take it, and some other outside agency does take it, just as happened 2 cases with the county, that tax will still occur to all of the citizens, but Torrance as a city will never see the return on that investment. So I think it's more of a protection that we need to do, and we want to maintain the level of quality that Torrance has always had. And I think that going forward, we have to take these steps to protect ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ashcroft.
I just want to take a second to thank Ms. Kalani for the word choice. I didn't think about that, but that's exactly what this is. We're not up here stating we are implementing a sales tax. We're giving the choice to the residents, and I thank you for that. And when it comes to tightening our belt, it's very easy to say it's time to tighten our belt. It has been tightened since 2008 at least. And the reason we know that is because we have had a balanced budget. We have had to dip into our reserves, and there were times of emergency and had to be done. It's time to replace those reserves so that we have them when another emergency comes. $100 a year sales tax increase on people, that's another choice. You don't have to go out and buy items if you don't want to. We're not putting in a property tax increase. We're not increasing tax on every single person. There's another choice. So I agree with having the choice tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney, there was a question from one of the people who called in. Could we earmark portions of this directly to, say, the police department or the fire department?
Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. No, the only way you can do that is to have a special tax, which is the 2/3 vote. A general tax just goes to the general funds and can be handled by the council. But once you earmark percentages, then it's a special tax and requires a 2/3 vote.
Thank you. I knew that, but I wanted the public to hear it from the expert. And that's one of the reasons that we came up with the idea of an oversight to watch over it. While we do have that obligation to oversee it, I think sometimes the education process, as I said, y'all don't get an opportunity to look at the budget papers, but we can have a committee of other people look at it and advise the community about it. Councilmember Chen, you brought up using our reserves, and as Councilmember Ashcraft pointed out, economic anomalies are a devastating reason to use reserves. It's appropriate. And we had an economic anomaly in 2015 where we lost more than $12 million of income because of an incident that occurred in one of our businesses. $13 million of income for our general fund. The American Rescue Plan was basically not made to backfill reserves for cities. It was to provide funding for a number of myriad of different services. And I'm very proud of the U.S. Conference of Mayors that put the pressure on the Congress to actually come forward with the one that gave direct funding to cities smaller than 500,000 people, because the CARES Act gave that money to states and counties and cities over 500,000, and our little agencies such as Torrance and Redondo Beach and Gardena and all of our neighboring cities got absolutely nothing. We would have to grovel to the state and the county to get some funding. But we were fortunate enough to talk the United States Congress into passing the American Rescue Plan, which did give us 2 payments of $14 million, one this year, one next year. We have decided that it would behoove us to put it into our reserves because it's important to backfill our reserves, and we've done that. Measure X was a try, and as Councilmember Walzer said, it's going to happen one of these days. We know some other agencies probably going to have a sales tax, and then we would, if they put 3/4 cent, we would get absolutely nothing. And that's what we tried to do with Measure X. And if you recall, I believe that was your idea back then to make it a preemptive strike, and we went for it. But it was very difficult to explain. It was not an elevator speech to explain to somebody. So many different things had to occur, and yet still 42% of the voters voted for it. And we had no budget, we had no outreach. It was Mayor Fury went to a couple forums and talked about it, and that was basically it. And that's not a campaign. We need to educate our community. We needed this outreach of a survey to see how that is. We needed to send the mailers out to let people know. Now there's a buzz about it. People are talking. We have Ms. Poison and Mr. Chaparyan have done I don't know how many meetings, and I get nothing but compliments from everybody who's seen you too. I really appreciate what you're doing going out there, because you can explain it in good detail, what happened, why we're at where we are, and where we have to go. And because, like I said before, our curb appeal is great. You come to Torrance, you go to Del Amo Fashion Center, you feel safe, and you go in there and you spend some money, or maybe you go to one of our restaurants, maybe you go to a show, and then they go home. Maybe in Torrance, but maybe in some other city where they go back to. And they think, boy, that was a great experience. Torrance is a really nice city. It's clean, the trees are trimmed, it's got nice parks. So we have to keep it that way, and we recognize that our finances are bad right now. And the only way we can do this is ask for a raise. I think we've been good stewards of what we've done. We've provided really great city services over the years, since our founding back in 1912. And we've always been that beacon light in the South Bay where people wanted to be. And where we're located, equidistant from the airport to the ports, businesses want to be here. But raising funds from businesses where do you make the money? From sales tax. That's basically it. When we lost a major manufacturer who left our city, there was lots of jobs lost, but the actual income to the city from that company was about $1 million a year. That's all we got from them. There was ancillary, if they went to a restaurant and spent there, that was good. Or they went to the mall and bought some clothing, that was good. But it's basically sales taxes, the big income for a city our size. So I think, I've heard from my colleagues here, and, where do we go from here right now, Mr. Chaparyan?
Your Honor, for your consideration tonight is a decision as staff and our consultants have shared, the 0.5 cent is polling better. So our recommendation would be that council approve for voter consideration placement on the ballot measure for 0.5 cent increase to our sales tax. And with that direction, staff will return back on February 15th with the actual resolution for your consideration and approval.
Well, then I'll take a motion to authorize staff to prepare an item to submit for voter consideration a local 0.5 cent sales tax ballot measure on the June 7th, 2022 election. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Walzer, you had a question, I'm sorry.
Is it necessary that we select the percentage tonight? I think I would suggest we go forward with putting it on the ballot, but there's still a little more research to be done. That maybe at our February time, we determine the percentage at that time after we've researched a little bit more.
Mr. Chaparyan?
Councilman Walzer, we initially were going down the path of the 3/4 to maximize the funding staying in Torrance. And as Councilman Chen said, the consideration of a 0.5 cent is consistent with the methodology. I'm not sure if Richard is on the line to share, but it's consistent with other surveys where you want to leave the option to consider whether or not there's an alternative. Based on the survey data and our reliance on the future advocacy, we feel confident in recommending a path forward with the 0.5 cent. I'm not sure from between now and the 15th what type of outreach or advocacy we can engage in as far as education to change the voter sentiments. Ideally, we would have gone for the full, but in the scenario where the 0.5 cent has a higher likeliness statistically of passing, I would recommend we stay the course. Obviously, we could consider the 3/4, but 18 million of additional revenue is definitely better than 0. And most of that funding, if I may just for the public's sake, remind the community, majority of that additional revenue will be dedicated to public safety. Since they are a large portion of our budget, it will be retained police and fire services. The second highest priority would be to increase our reserves as we have committed, and we have needs for cybersecurity, homeless services, planting trees, and all the other benefits to our community. But that'll happen through a course of council deliberation and direction on future budgets. I believe I'll turn over to Patrick Sullivan, our city attorney, as far as bringing the resolution with the blanket number for your consideration.
Again, Patrick Sullivan, city attorney, if that's council's direction, you could bring 2 items. I mean, 2 resolutions, one that had the 0.5 and one that had the 3/4. But I guess to Mr. Chaparyan's thing, I don't believe there's any additional polling that was planned to be done at this point.
Mr. Walzer, did you hear that?
I did.
Does that comport with your thoughts, you understand?
Okay, so there's no question, we need to go forward, and if we resolve the 0.5% with potentially a better opportunity, then I would go in that direction.
Okay. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there a possibility of bringing back also a resolution that would include a special tax? Would I need concurrence for that, or can we bring it back as maybe a third option so that we can at least continue that discussion?
If there's direction from council to do that, then the staff could bring back that as an option as well.
Do I need to ask for concurrence to bring back a special tax that would go directly to public safety?
You could either make it part of the motion, or you could, or see if
Well,
whoever's going to make the motion, if they want to bring it back as a 0.5 cent standalone, 0.5 and a 3/4, or 0.5, 3/4, and a special. That's really up to council is how they want to direct staff to bring it back.
Well, it doesn't seem like I'm going to be the one doing the motion. I think Councilwoman Ashcraft clicked in for that, but I definitely would like to see us at least have that option still on the table for discussion, if that's okay.
Councilmember Griffiths.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm understanding the comment on putting another option. Is this to put another multiple ballot measures on the ballot?
No, no, it's to continue the discussion of doing a special tax that would go directly to public safety instead of the general purpose tax.
And what discussion would that be? Isn't that the discussion we're having now?
No, since we're going to bring two items, two resolutions, one for 3/4 cent, one for half cent, why not bring a third one so that maybe within the next couple weeks we can have some kind of enlightening
We're not
thoughts.
doing one for 3/4 cent.
Yeah.
We're not going to do one for 3/4 cent. That was just a
But that was
suggestion.
being mentioned.
Yeah, that was just a suggestion made, much as your suggestion is a suggestion at this point.
But we're only putting one, if approved, we're only putting one question on the ballot.
Correct. There would
in
only be
regards to sales tax.
one ballot measure for whatever amount, whether it's a half, a general, a 3/4 general, or whatever for special, but there'd only be one ballot measure that the people would be voting on.
And then what we're doing tonight is we're approving what we would like to bring forth as a final item at a future meeting to
Correct. It would be,
prepare to put this on, actually to put it on the ballot.
correct. It would be the resolution that would have the actual ballot language and the actual ordinance attached that you would be approving to put on the ballot.
And we need to do that, I think, if I'm
February
remember,
15th.
February 15th.
That's correct, Councilman.
And so we won't have any opportunity for further discussion after tonight, except for at that meeting.
We have the February 8th meeting, but I believe for preparing the material in time, we're looking at the February 15th meeting. That's the latest we can approve the resolution in order to meet the deadlines as set forth by LA County to
Okay.
proceed.
Yeah, I think I have enough information. Thank you.
Okay, so my understanding here is that we're only bringing back one resolution for half cent, and that's a general purpose tax.
That's what the motion is, correct?
I haven't made it yet.
That's what I'm asking, yeah. Councilwoman Ashcraft wants to make a motion. Go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion. My motion is that we authorize staff to prepare an agenda item to submit for voter consideration a local half-cent sales tax ballot measure on the June 7th, 2022 election.
I second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with council members Chen and Matucci voting no.
Okay.
I'd like to explain my vote.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment on my vote. My preference would have been to go for the 3/4 cent increase, but I think that the half-cent increase based on the polling information, and I think that's a reasonable compromise for people that are a little gun-shy about increasing taxes. Unfortunately, the half-cent only will still leave an opportunity for another entity to come in and take taxpayer money away from our city by passing another, like the many other ballot initiatives that have passed for sales tax that will take money away from our city. But I'm comfortable with this half-cent as hoping for the best chance of success.
I agree with you as well. Move on to item 9H from the city manager and city attorney to adopt a resolution authorizing virtual city council, commission, committee, board, and other city bodies meeting under AB 361.
Yes, Your Honor, Patrick Sullivan, city attorney. This is the item that is authorizing the virtual meetings that the council and the various commissions and other boards and bodies of the city are currently meeting under, which was passed signed by the governor at the end of September and went into effect October 1st. The city has to review the findings every 30 days and adopt a resolution. So that's what's before you tonight. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. Anybody in the call center?
Yes, Mayor, we have a few callers in queue for this item. Sheila B., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
You going back to virtual meetings is undoubtedly an attempt to silence the public. This isn't about COVID. Not all of your meetings are virtual. You are picking and choosing that too. The Parks and Recreation meeting just met in person on the 12th. Even though you try to silence us as Black Lives Matter, we will make it clear and bypass your police-bought loyalty, votes, silence, and seats. We will continue to show up in whatever format and continue to demand that you fire the officers involved in the messaging scandal and create a civilian oversight commission. Notice I said a civilian oversight commission, not your bogus-ass waste of time and energy chief advisory board. That's not it. It will prove to be as useless as and inept as each of you are as individuals and a collective body. You are not fooling anyone. We are not as stupid as you look. The pressure is mounting. You now have a district attorney, the attorney general, and the community on your back watching every single...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Arena K, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, like the previous caller, I am just advising you and letting you know that much like everything else on the agenda, where you're pretending to care about public safety, this is just yet another attempt to silence the voices of the public. 15 minutes at the start and the end of the meeting is not enough. You are not listening to your constituents. You're pretending to do so, and honestly, we see absolutely right through it. You don't need to return to virtual anything. You need to make yourself accessible to the public so the public can hold you accountable. You need to be held accountable. You need to create a civilian oversight commission. You need to fire all the corrupt officers on your force. You need to do these things. You need to stop pretending and putting so much effort into performative antics that people see through. It's irresponsible. You're irresponsible. You're shitty as hell. You're not public servants. Get your lives together, and I object to 9H in your attempts to silence the public continuously.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Sarah B., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yeah, I'm calling to join others and saying that just because of you're not going virtual because of COVID, again, other city commissions and committees are not meeting virtually, and they're meeting physically. So you and the city are just picking and choosing when you want to be virtual and when you don't want to. And we know you don't want to have city council meetings to be held in person because you don't want to have to face the people that are holding you accountable for your complicity in violence. Also, there is a population of, 145,000 in Torrance, and you're giving them just very limited opportunities to contact you and to voice their needs to you. You're silencing more people from demanding justice, and you're also silencing everyone else. I yield the rest of my time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Kat B., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Building on what the last three callers said, we've seen what it means for this council to meet virtually with increasing restrictions on time for public comment, currently a meager 15 minutes. Those of us who've been calling every week demanding justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell recognize that this is a veiled effort to try and silence the public, particularly to try and silence those of us who are demanding justice. And it doesn't just restrict our opportunity to speak. You're screwing over your constituents across the board, robbing them of due time to communicate with you on matters that are not included in your meeting agendas that are important to them. So you're trying to shut us up, which you can't. And by doing so, you're acting against the best interests of your constituents as a whole. How do you think that makes you look? Do your jobs, listen to your constituents, become accessible.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Stephanie T., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, yeah, I would like to echo the sentiments of the four previous callers. It is so transparent that the reason you have taken the meeting online is because you do not want to listen to I think you just really don't want to listen to the members of Black Lives Matter and allies speaking out, asking for justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. You don't want accountability, true accountability, which is the same reason that you want to establish a civilian oversight committee. So we are calling you out. We are naming it. We know what's happening. You are trying to limit access, as everyone has said, and in doing so, you are limiting access of all of your constituents. 15 minutes is a ridiculously short amount of time for people to be able to call in and make their concerns known. This is just another thinly veiled attempt for you to control the way the public is able to interact and to limit.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. TJ, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yes. Also mirroring every previous caller, 9H is basically your cowardly motion to silence folks who want to speak the truth about the hypocrisy of what you all stand for week after week. We have seen you hide in hallways. We have seen you lean into recess while the mother of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell is cut off week after week. The Torrance community, including those who would like to celebrate your bullshitness week after week. And then there are those of us who want to meet in person to discuss how you try to distract with your bullshit. Look over here, Friendship Day, Signage Day, Acceptance Day that you all continue to push. Why was Parks and Recreation able to meet in person on January 12th? The Torrance city government has a 14%.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Arthur S., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
This is unacceptable for the city council to prevent people from coming in person. I don't hold the entire city council accountable. This failure falls on the mayor, who has refused to discipline and hold accountable the bigoted hate group known as Black Lives Matter, which does not care about black lives at all. They have routinely disrupted and abused other members of the community, the council, the police, etc. But this is the mayor's decision that he refused to take the lead early on and discipline unruly elements, have them arrested, removed, etc. This is his fault only, and the community understands this further. Black Lives Matter, they have the First Amendment right to push their hate. The mayor failed in his duty to ensure the protection of the rights of all. It will be better after June when we have a better mayor who will enforce the rule of law, rules of decorum, and certainly the meetings will be...
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Porkchop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
It is very interesting. Our illegally elected mayor can go across the continent attending the mayor's conference in person in Washington, D.C., but we cannot go into the city chambers. It is very, very interesting. Our illegally elected mayor has golden shovel celebrations and all kinds of other celebrations in the city chamber, what's called also a city council meeting function. And the public is not invited, only the certain public is invited, and the mayor tells everybody, take your mask off and hold your breath. And the guy died 2 days later. Patrick Fleury, take your mask off and hold your breath. Take your mask off and hold your breath.
That caller was disconnected because their time was off. I'm sorry. Moving on to the next caller. Sally, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi. I just really want to hone in on the fact that you are trying to deliberately silence your critics, and that's because you are not wanting to be accountable. And of note, I looked at your emails and I've been logging your phone calls, and since April of 2020, 3,046 emails. That's 78% of the total public comment emails. And since July of 2020, 671 phone calls. That's 63% of the total phone calls have been to, guess what? Create a civilian oversight commission in the Torrance Police Department. And guess what? Fire the officers who killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Is that what you're scared of hearing? Well, guess what? We'll say it over and over and over again. If you don't think that's true, ask Jackie Lacey. If you don't think
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Torrance Patriot, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, I'll dispense with the greetings. First of all, I don't mind the virtual. You have to because of the COVID laws, and if these people who are calling don't give a darn, they can call what's his face, Gruesome Newsom. Your civil rights people are not being violated because you're able to call in. Pork chop, we know you just want to be there so you can record for your YouTube video, okay? So get off it. And these people, they want to come in there so they can jump around like the fake reverend who jumped around on the seats and shined his little butt in everybody's faces. These people have no manners. They jump around like idiots. They don't stop talking when their time is up. And actually, I prefer this because they can get cut off. God bless you guys. And Gaston, he'll be gone. Just wait. Thanks, guys.
That caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Mary Ann D., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I'd just like to add that in going to these virtual spaces, additionally, you're doing this 15-minute nonsense on oral communications versus an hour a year ago when you went to a half an hour and now you're 15 minutes. The amount of control that you're trying to put on our voices is very clear. And right to the point of many folks who have called in, you're just cutting off folks that apparently, I don't know, maybe you also want to hear from. It's absurd. And this is bite me.
That caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Chicken Wing, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
So as I'm calling in, I'm watching the live stream of the city council meeting, and I'm looking in the middle of the screen at that podium, that wood podium that we, the people, used to be able to stand at and speak and redress our government, which is our constitutional right. Then you guys didn't like that, so you roped us off and moved us 15 feet back from you, the elites. Now we can't even go in the building. We have to go on virtual Zoom meetings, whatever these things are. Whatever happened to the First Amendment? Whatever happened to representative government? You guys work for us, and now we can't even get anywhere near you guys. We can't even get in our own buildings that we pay for. We pay for that podium. When are you going to let us back in to speak at our podium? It's not your podium, it's our podium. We deserve to be in that building speaking.
Mayor, this concludes all the callers for items 9H. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, Your Honor. Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. First of all, the speakers who spoke about the Parks and Recreation Committee meeting in person are wrong. They met virtually. I verified this with the Community Services Director and with the City Clerk, who has a video of the Zoom meeting. So I don't know where that came from, but that's just false. And as far as I'm aware, every city that I've contacted during this time is meeting virtually. So all the different city attorneys that I've been outreaching to, they're all meeting virtually pursuant to AB 361. There may be a handful out there that I'm unaware of that are not, but the vast majority that I'm aware of are meeting virtually.
Thank you for clarifying that. So this concludes this 9H. We need a number and title.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2022-14, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, to implement teleconferencing requirements during a proclaimed state of emergency for all City Council, Committee, Commission, Board, and other city meetings pursuant to Assembly Bill 361.
Move to adopt resolution 2022-14.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
We're going to take a 10-minute recess now. We'll be back at 9:50. Okay, we're back from our break. Call the meeting back to order. And the next item on the agenda will be item 9I as in Isaac. And this item is from the city manager's office to award a product and services agreement for purchase and assembly of temporary housing units and accessory units for the Torrance Temporary Housing Program. Mr. Howell.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council, Viet Huang, City Manager's Office. And this is a recommendation that City Council award a product and services agreement to Pallet Social Purpose Company of Everett, Washington, in the amount of $614,264.97 for the purchase and assembly of temporary housing units and accessory units as part of a special opportunity purchase for the city's temporary housing program, and also to authorize the city manager as the signatory for this agreement. And as a little background, on June 22nd, 2021, your honorable body approved the Torrance Civic Center grounds to be a site for a 12-month pilot period for a temporary housing program. The temporary housing program provides people experiencing homelessness with housing stability in the form of a tiny home while they work with a case manager or housing navigator to attain permanent housing solutions. Staff is particularly grateful to our partners to be able to say that the entirety of this $614,264.97 associated with this agreement to acquire housing units and accessory units is being funded entirely by a variety of non-city sources. First, $450,000 has been committed to by Los Angeles County 4th District Supervisor Janice Hahn's office. An additional $100,000 has been secured through an agreement with the South Bay Cities Council of Governments, which also comes from the county's Measure H Innovation Grant, which funded projects related to homelessness between mid-2020 and the end of 2021. $39,310 remains from the Community Development Block Grants CARES program, which the city used last year for rental assistance for Torrance residents. And the remaining $24,954.97 is coming from a private donation from the Ceres Regis Group. At this time, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Assistant City Manager Danny Santana, who will address some of the technical aspects of this recommendation.
Thank you, Viet, and good evening again, Your Honor, and members of the City Council. Since Council's direction in June of 2021, staff from various departments have been advancing utility coordination, Torrance Water, Sewer, SoCal Gas, and SoCal Edison. Said efforts have reached the extent of advanced work possible until such time as the specific manufacturer and type of housing unit and accessory support structures are formally selected. The reasons for this is different manufacturers have different electrical load designs that require different calculations and the finalization of transformer and panel sizing. Placements and ordering lead times all vary based on what the needs are given the specific manufacturer that gets selected. Different manufacturers also have different dimensions, window, egress configurations. These differences are critical to have certainty in order to allow for the site design to be finalized in terms of placement and orientation of the tiny homes and ancillary support structures. Knowing the structure positioning allows for the completion of the electrical conduits to all the structures and the sewer and water connections to the ancillary restroom, shower, and laundry structures. As discussed in the item, 2 potential vendors were assessed for readiness of structure plans and specifications, ability to commence timely fabrication upon order submittal, and the level of experience in delivering and assembling of comparable site activations as to the concept that was approved by City Council. Staff has concluded that a special opportunity purchase award to Pallet, as allowed under Torrance Municipal Code 22.3.18a, would be appropriate in this instance, given how Pallet offers single market pricing and publishes their price sheets used by other localities and regional council of governments that have similar activations. Secondly, significant time will be saved as pallet structures have plans and specifications ready for permit submittal, can fabricate upon order submittal rather than waiting for certain other business obligations to be completed, and can complete delivery approximately 50% quicker than the alternative. Finally, Pallet was able to confirm that their units are designed to be disassembled and allow for relocation to an alternative site should one become available. We'd like to thank the council and the community for being patient as we navigate through a new space for Torrance, but one staff is intent on doing so correctly and cost efficiently. With that, I'd like to turn it back over to Biet to provide a quick summary of next steps and some important acknowledgments of some of our partners that have been instrumental in doing so.
Thank you, Danny. To wrap up our item this evening, should our honorable body concur with staff's recommendation, our next step would be to enter an agreement with Pallet SPC, which we're prepared to do so tomorrow morning. And as Danny noted earlier, with the confirmation of the number of living units and the type of accessory units, the site design can now be completed, allowing us to complete site preparation. And just to share with the community and your honorable body where we're at with the project in its entirety. Moving forward, again, should your honorable body concur with entering an agreement with Pallet, the next step for us, the next component to fully activate the temporary housing program is to have an operator selected for the site. So just as a reminder, the role of the operator is to manage the day-to-day operations of our temporary housing program, including providing security 24/7 on site, providing 3 meals a day to the residents, and ensuring the general cleanliness and safety of our temporary housing program. In addition, the really critical component is the operator provides case management and housing navigation services, as well as support services to ensure that the individuals who are seeking permanent housing have the support that they need to actually attain permanent housing while they are in our temporary facility. Staff is pleased to announce that yesterday we did issue the RFP to select a operator. We sent the RFP out to 13 operators directly who have a history in our immediate area of either providing programs or actually running a site of some sort, whether it be an emergency shelter or interim or bridge housing. In addition, just as we do with any RFP, it is posted on the city clerk's website for any operators that may be interested. In closing, staff, actually one more bit of information on that. Staff anticipates bringing back an item to your honorable body at the end of March with a recommendation to award a contract to an operator. In closing, staff would like to thank our partners for their extensive support in helping us secure funding related to the acquisition of tiny home units and accessory units, and specifically Los Angeles County 4th District Supervisor Janice Hahn and her field deputy Ivan Solik, LA County CEO Homeless Initiatives Office Principal Analyst Ashley O, and from the South Bay City's Council of Governments, Executive Director Jackie Backrack and Senior Project Manager Ronson Chu, and our very own housing specialist from our Torrance Housing Authority, Julia Smith. And with that, staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. Are there any callers?
Yes, Mayor, we have 2 callers. I'll transfer the first caller now. Deanna P., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening. Councilmember Matucci, I find it ironic how you are concerned about transients hanging out at the transit center, yet you voted yes on the location of the homeless shelter. Don't you think the homeless shelters will also bring additional transient traffic to an area that is known to be populated with children? And also, will they have Wi-Fi as well? Have you seen the news over the last 2 weeks where innocent people are being murdered by the homeless? The mayor and council members that voted yes on the shelter's location are responsible for the negative impact that this will have on our city due to the location. Torrance residents, please remember how your council members voted this next election on issues that impact you and your family. Are they truly representing the citizens' concerns? This is a question we will all have to ask.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hello again. I visited the site today, and I saw what's going on. That fence is just unbelievable. Why don't you call this a concentration camp? And we're spending over $500,000 for the sheds, but it's inhumane. No sewer, no running water. Where is the shower? How is somebody supposed to be sit hours and hours and days in rainy days in the shelter? And it is just unbelievable spending public funds for this. And if this is the pilot program, why is every city does it? Every city do it. Los Angeles failed. Los Angeles County failed. Whole California failed with the homeless crisis. Jobs, create jobs. That's
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. This concludes all the callers for items 9I. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no questions from council, and we've heard from everybody from the public who wishes to speak, I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the city manager.
Mayor, before I make a motion, I'd like to, if I could have our city attorney explain the Martin versus Boise case for anybody that maybe hasn't heard about it, and how it impacts our ability to enforce an anti-camping ordinance, et cetera.
Sure, Patrick Sullivan, city attorney. The Martin versus Boise case is a Ninth Circuit case that says, in the briefest terms, essentially you cannot enforce an anti-camping law on someone due to the nature of them being homeless unless you have shelter beds available. So in Torrance, there are no shelter beds available, and therefore you cannot enforce the anti-camping ordinance.
Okay, and that would also include anyone that's on any public space, such as parks, sidewalks, et cetera, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, having said that, I'd like to move that we go with the recommendation of the city manager with both items 1 and 2, which items 1 is award product and services agreement, and 2, authorize the city manager as the city's signatory for the agreement.
I second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Griffiths voting no.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9J from the city clerk's office to adopt resolutions calling the 2022 general municipal election on June 7th, 2022. Ms. Poirier.
Thank you, Your Honor. The city clerk serving as the elections official is required to call the election, request services from Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors for a consolidated election, and prepare for a regular general municipal election for all candidates according to provisions of the Charter and the California Elections Code. The 2022 ballot will have on it the election of mayor, council members for districts 1, 3, and 5, city clerk, and city treasurer, each for a full term of 4 years. This resolution is just to call the election for candidates, not for the ballot measure. All candidates for office are required to file a Fair Political Practices Form 501 Notice of Intention Statement with the city clerk. Candidates are to follow all FPPC campaign finance regulations, obtain all filing documents from the city clerk, and submit an official nomination petition obtained from the city clerk containing signatures of no less than 20, but no more than 30 registered Torrance voters. Council members for districts 1, 3, and 5 may obtain signatures from their respective districts only. The candidate nomination period will open by appointment Monday, February 14th, and close Thursday, March 10th. For any elected offices where there's not an incumbent. For offices where no incumbent has filed, the nomination period will be extended to Wednesday, March 16th. 3 resolutions are for your consideration tonight. The first resolution calls the June 7th, 2022 general municipal election for candidates. The city clerk will post the information contained in this resolution on the City Hall Public Notice Board as defined in the California Elections Code and by publication in the Daily Breeze at least 113 days prior to the election. The city clerk will also post this information on the city's website. The second resolution requests approval of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors to allow consolidation on the Los Angeles County ballot and assures the Los Angeles County Register Recorder County Clerk that the city will pay our election costs. The 2022 election estimate from LARCC is $680,055.38 for 1 mayor position, 3 district city council positions, 1 city clerk position, and 1 city treasurer position. This quote also includes the cost of 1 measure should the city decide to include that on the measure on the ballot. The third resolution adopts candidate regulations pertaining to materials prepared by any candidate for a municipal election. California law allows candidates running for nonpartisan offices to have an optional candidate statement of no more than 200 words included in the voter information portion of the sample ballot pamphlet. The City Council may authorize an increase for the candidate statement from 200 to 400 words. It has been the Council's policy in past elections to limit this statement to no more than 200 words, and the current resolution states the limit is 200 words. In the past, the City of Torrance has subsidized the cost of the printing of ballot statements. In 2018, for citywide at-large candidates, the cost we charged candidates for the ballot statement was $580, while the Los Angeles County Register Recorder County Clerk charged the City of Torrance $1,898.68 for each candidate statement. In 2020, the district candidates paid the full fee of the cost of printing the candidate statement, which was $500. LARRCC was unable to provide an estimate for this year's printing of candidate statements, but advised that the costs would be 10 to 20% higher than the 2018 and 2020 costs. It is the recommendation of the city clerk that the full cost of the candidate statement be charged to candidates for their candidate statement, with the estimate being $2,278.42 for citywide candidates and $600 for district candidates. However, it is the council's decision on what to charge. If the cost that the LARRCC charges the city is less, the city would refund the difference to the candidate. If the cost is higher, the city could bill the candidate to pay the difference, or the city could just absorb the higher cost, the difference between the cost the candidate paid and the higher cost the county charges. The city clerk is seeking direction from the city council on the cost to charge the candidates during the nomination period, which opens on February 14th. And the resolution is written just that the candidate would pay the cost. There is no set cost in the resolution. In addition, there was a supplemental that was presented from Councilmember Griffith's questions. He requested the cost of the past 4 elections. For the 2020 general municipal election, I had left off the 4 measures. So the cost was $455,721.51. That included the 4 measures that the city put on the ballot, in addition to three council members to districts 2, 4, and 6. And I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councilmember Griffith does.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Boyer, for your report. I just want to emphasize something that's just mind-boggling to me, and that's how expensive elections have become. In 2014, our citywide election cost the city, as the clerk just read, $125,000. And now we're being asked to pay for our election $680,000. I guess simple question to the clerk or to anyone on staff is, where's that money come from?
It comes from our general fund.
Our general fund, and where does that money come from? That comes from our taxpayers. And if we don't have the revenue to cover these kind of expenses, how can we even have elections? And when we have election costs that go up that we can't control or predict, $500,000 in an election, how can you say we don't need more income to help pay for these expenses that we have no control over? So just emphasizing my points made earlier on our sales tax requirement for additional revenue. I think our costs for elections have gotten extremely out of hand to the point where it potentially limits the types of ballot activity that people may want to do on the ballot because it's becoming cost prohibitive to do so. If we wanted to put a charter amendment or something like that on our ballot, the costs are becoming so cost prohibitive and we don't budget for it that we may not be able to put those types of items on the ballot for the people to make a decision about. So we have to do it. We want to have a city election unless the community doesn't want us to have elections anymore, and I know you do. But we have to pay this price. We don't have a choice. And it's just mind-boggling that this is happening, and I would just want, it's important for people to understand these elections aren't free, and because of changes that have been made over the years to our elections, their costs have skyrocketed, and people need to understand that there is a cost for all the people, what they desire to have ability for additional flexibility in elections. There's a tremendous cost to it, and it's also a disincentive for additional democratic processes to take place to make changes that people may want to make. So that's the end of my lecture. Thanks.
Thank you, Doctor. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. And this is for, my question is, looks like 2016, the municipal election, there were 3 at-large seats, and the cost was about $200K. But in 2018 election, there was actually 4 at-large seats, and the cost was about $160K. Have any idea how the cost dropped by that much, and we actually had 1 additional at-large seat?
The county explained to me that it depends on how many cities consolidate with them, and some of the election costs are shared amongst cities. That was their explanation to me when I asked them the variation in the costs. The cost increase from 2018 to 2020. They are passing down the costs of the voting machines and that type of all of their upgrades to the cities.
Yeah, I kind of thought that would be the explanation for 2020. And in addition, all the labor charges for the ballot drop-off boxes, and labor of people going to pick up ballot drop-off boxes. I'm not sure that cost is spread to all of us. I just thought the number between 2016 and 2018 just seems unusual. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think when we were budgeting for or figuring out how to pay for 2020, we realized that because of this new equipment that the registrar recorder had purchased, we thought maybe it was a one-time thing. Apparently it's not. Apparently it is not. It's hard to believe that they go to less places to vote. Now it's a longer period of time that you can vote there than when we used to have all these polling places in, churches and schools and synagogues and people's garages. But so be it. That's where we are. Anybody else? If not, anybody call in?
Yes, Mayor, we have a caller in queue, transferring the person now. Torrance Patriot, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. I promise I won't turn into pork chop. I do want to thank Mayor Fury and our city attorney for explaining the general fund tax and all that. I thank you for that, because we don't know everything that goes into it. And as far as the public, I mean, if you want to complain about taxes, complain about the state taxes, okay? Not our local taxes, okay? We should be paying local taxes, not state taxes. And, if it wasn't for the state mailing it to every single resident, there's a cost of mailing and paper and processing, instead of just to registered voters, the people who want to vote, that should vote, that make an effort to vote. That's who we need, that's who needs to get ballots, not every single Tom, Dick, and Harry in the state. We need to go back to the old ways, the volunteers in the garages, all the voting booths and in the churches.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. I have another caller coming in. Please hold. Marianne, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm pretty astonished that you're quibbling over a few $100,000 when to provide a democratic process, not provided, I mean, it's required. And, I mean, like, that money is so nothing in comparison to so many other things you spend money on, in particular, a policing budget. It just staggers the imagination. I'm embarrassed for you.
That caller disconnected herself, and there are no more callers for items 9J at the moment. Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion from council? If not, then may we have numbers and titles?
Yes, Your Honor, may I just ask for clarification? So is the council approving to charge the candidates the full cost of the candidate statement?
I heard no discussion.
Okay, Your Honor, the first resolution is resolution number 2022-01, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, calling for the holding of a general municipal election to be held on Tuesday, June 7th, 2022, for the election of certain officers as required by the provisions of the Charter. The second resolution is resolution number 2022-02, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, requesting the Board of Supervisors of the County of Los Angeles to consolidate a general municipal election to be held on June 7th, 2022, with the statewide primary election to be held on the date pursuant to Section 10403 of the Elections Code. And resolution number 2022-03, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, adopting regulations for candidates for elective office pertaining to candidate statements submitted to the voters at an election to be held on Tuesday, June 7th, 2022.
Motion to adopt resolutions numbers 2022-01, 2022-02, and 2022-03.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right, that takes us to item 9K, and this is from me, to appoint members to outside regional boards and agencies. And I ask that council concur with the appointment of our voting delegate and/or member of the West Vector Control District of Los Angeles County, and direct the city clerk to update and post a Form 806 on the city website. The West Vector Control District of Los Angeles encompasses 23 cities and unincorporated territory of the County of Los Angeles. Vector control is necessary on a continuous, routine, and area-wide basis to protect the health and enhance the economic development, recreational use, and enjoyment of outdoor living. Councilmember Griffith has done an admirable job since his appointment, and I'm very proud that he's been selected as the president. And the good news is, when you complete this year, you wind up getting your badge. But it's applied to the plaque they give you, so you can't show it to people. Any questions? If not, I will take a motion to concur.
I move to concur with the selections that Mayor Fury has made.
Councilmember Walser made a second on that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Griffiths abstaining.
Excuse me. Okay, the next item on the agenda will be item 9L. And that's from Public Works to adopt a resolution to approve the Los Angeles Region Safe Clean Water Program transfer agreement and authorize the Director of Public Works to sign the agreement and appropriate the grant funds to the Stormwater Basin and Expansion Project. Mr. Dettel, how are you?
Thank you, Mayor, Council. John Dettel, Public Works Department. Yes, this is a resolution approving the Los Angeles Region Safe Clean Water Program transfer agreement with the Los Angeles County Flood Control District and authorizing the Director of Public Works to sign the agreement on behalf of the city, and upon execution of the agreement, appropriate $4,505,000 from the program grant funds to Stormwater Basin Expansion Project I-179 for a new not to exceed budget of $5,236,229.50. And staff proposes to advertise this project next month and do the construction this summer. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Dettel. Are there any questions? I see none. Anybody at the call center on this?
No callers at the moment, Mayor, for this item.
Okay, well, if there's no questions by council and there's no one on the call center, we'll take a motion to, I need a number and title, please.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2022-15, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving and authorizing the Director of Public Works to execute the Los Angeles Region Safe Clean Water Program transfer agreement with the Los Angeles County Flood Control District.
I move to concur with staff and adopt resolution 2022-15.
I second that motion.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
And thank you, Mr. Dettel and staff from Public Works that worked this. This is more than, project is actually more than $5 million done with grant money, and that's an important thing to be able to do projects like this that help our environment, help our water stability, and keep our storm water, and all those things are great, and we appreciate that. Next item on the agenda is item 9M as in Mary, from the City Manager's Office to approve a side letter agreement between Torrance Firefighters Association and management.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening again, Mayor and members of the City Council. Katie Wand with the City Manager's Office. Item 9M is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council approve a side letter agreement between Torrance Firefighters Association and management, memorializing changes to contract language that address longevity pay, educational incentive pay, and the 40-hour staff assignment. A side letter is an agreement between an employer and union that typically modifies, clarifies, or interprets an existing provision in an MOU or addresses issues of interest to the parties that are not otherwise covered by the MOU. Because the proposed contract changes pertain to PERSable income, formal approval by City Council is required. There is an expenditure of $355,949 associated with these contract changes. The expenditure includes the cost of consolidating longevity pay steps to begin in the 5th year of service instead of the 8th year of service, as well as the cost of allowing the educational incentive pay to take effect upon completion of probation rather than completion of 8 years of service. And I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. Are there anybody on the call center?
No one at the call center for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no one on the call center and we have no questions, we need a number and title on this one as well. Oh, no? Oh, no, this is just, I'll take a motion to approve the side letter agreement.
I move to concur with City Manager recommendation for the side letter, professional longevity pay, and educational incentive pay.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9N, as in Nathan, from City Manager and Community Development, ratification of Public Order number 2022-01 pertaining to COVID-19 related land use entitlements. Mr. Love?
Good evening. I'm Greg Loden with the Community Development Department. The item before council tonight is the ratification of Public Order number 2022-1, which pertains to COVID-19 related land use entitlements. The order was signed by the city manager on January 20th. Specifically, this order extends the life of temporary event permits that were issued to allow businesses to operate outdoors, such as restaurants, gyms, and religious institutions, as well as COVID testing sites. The local order also provides for the suspension of the entitlement time limits with regards to businesses that have ceased operation due to the pandemic, allowing for quicker re-tenanting or the establishment of new businesses. This represents the second extension of these entitlements, as the original extension was set to expire on January 22nd. This extension will run through the summer and gives, with an expiration date of September 30th, 2022, this gives businesses greater assurance of the ability to plan for outdoor operations through the summer months. Staff would also like to take time to update council on the establishment of a potential permanent outdoor dining activity program. Since last July, staff has reviewed programs from other cities and held initial discussions with other city departments about our potential permanent program. We have also pursued grant funding for facilitating the development of this permanent program. However, to date, no grant funding has been realized. Staff continues to move forward with the study and envisions being able to return to council in late spring or early summer with materials. The Community Development Director recommends that the City Council adopt a finding that these temporary land uses are exempt from CEQA under Guideline 15304E and adopt a resolution ratifying Local Emergency Order 2022-1 and accept the status report on the development of a permanent outdoor dining program. Staff would just like to thank the City Attorney's Office and the Finance Department for helping us get this on the agenda tonight, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Thank you. There is a question, Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want a little clarification, I think, because I was asked this question before this was added to the agenda, and I wasn't sure. So during the pandemic, we had this program, basically a lot of outdoor eating in tents, and various organizations had, I think we waived the fee, but probably in all cases when they applied for it. Is that correct?
The fee was covered through economic development.
Right. So with this one, this extension, say for example, one agency organization has something that was going to, the outdoor permit was going to expire, say January, you said 22nd this year. It extended to the end of September. Does the organization, is the fee continue waived, or you have to pay the fee now?
There's no additional fees involved with this. It's just a outright extension.
Okay, so the organization doesn't have to submit something, even though their paperwork may say it expires January.
Correct.
20.
We've included a list in the item of the permits that this would be helpful to, so that to make sure everybody's aware of exactly.
Okay, so they don't need to do anything. It just
Correct.
goes on. Thank you.
Anybody else? See none. Anybody call in?
Yes, we do have one caller. Transferring the person now. Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, thank you, Katie. You guys won't believe it, but I like this idea to extending this ordinance or whatever, give the business owners an opportunity to make more money, give people an opportunity to dine in a restaurant or in a setting, and I urge you to vote yes this time and let people eat and pay for it and generate for yourself the tax revenue, and your pension funds. Thank you. Congratulations in advance. Bye-bye.
Anybody else?
This concludes callers for items 9N. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no further callers, then may we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is resolution number 2022-16, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, ratifying public order number 2022-01 that related to COVID-19 land use entitlements.
Move to concur with staff recommendation and adopt resolution 2022-16.
I second that motion.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. That brings us to second oral communication. Is there anyone at the call center?
Yes, we have a few callers at the call center, transferring the person now. Michael H., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Woo. Well, voting is a public good, and back in the old days, y'all killed black people for voting. Regardless, we are still demanding y'all create a civilian oversight commission of the police department, and that you fire all the officers involved in the messaging scandal, particularly those who shot and killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, officers Anthony Chavez, Matthew Concannon, and Brian Kawamoto. Justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. And justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. I yield my time.
The caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. John R., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hello, my name is John Ramirez, and I was wondering if this message is for the chief of police. If we can have someone call me at 320-755-4387. I'm still having the same issues of threats where some relatives, some of your deputies from the sheriff's department are threatening me in the streets with numerous gang members when they molested my daughter in the Harbor Area Gateway. And I'm getting threats from them, and I'm sure the officers know who they are. One of them is Mr. Kessinger. And I'm still getting threatened in the streets by numerous people. If I snitch who did it, that they're going to come after me. And I've been followed several times since the last time I was on the phone, and still haven't gotten no recent help. I'd like to have an interview in person so I can take care of this issue. Thank you.
Caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Torrance Patriot, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, y'all. For one last for the road for the evening. You guys are doing a great job, and I truly stand in solidarity with all of you, our firefighters, our police, the city workers, everybody. You all do a great job, and I don't think you guys get enough credit for it. So I just wanted to say that, and, you know, somebody has to, on the other side, speak up, because you guys get a lot of flack, and I don't think you deserve it. And that's all I really wanted to say. And have a good night, y'all, and see you next time. Bye-bye.
The caller disconnected herself, and we are waiting on other calls to come in. Thank you.
Your Honor, council may proceed with your orals during this time period as we wait for additional callers. Thank you.
So we do council orals, and we can start off with Councilmember Ashcraft.
Thank you, Your Honor. This week I spoke with a group of Girl Scouts that their troop meets at El Retiro Park, and the parents were with them. Most of them had their parents with them. And I would like to thank staff for being so considerate of our residents when they go out. I have to share that one of our little Girl Scouts particularly is enamored with her street sweeper. And I thought maybe it would be the sanitation truck, because most children like to see the dump truck come, but no, it was the street sweeper. And I passed that along, and if you're listening, Helena, the street sweeper will be looking for you to honk or wave. And I know that you go out when you're home to wave. So I'd like to thank staff for always being cognizant of our residents and doing a good job, and in many times difficult times. So thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. February 1st will be the lunar calendar's new year. So in the Chinese New Year calendar, starting February 1st is the year of the tiger. So those of you who celebrate, Happy New Year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. Got a couple things for everybody tonight. First, I wanted to mention that the Southwood Homeowners Association is doing a signature gathering for a petition to help see if we can stop the state from the impacts of their new state laws that are going to drastically impact our single-family home neighborhoods. If you're concerned about your single-family home neighborhood changing and increasing in density, please stop by the petition booth that the Southwood Homeowners Association is sponsoring on Saturday, February 5th, from 1:30 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. at Paradise Park, which is at the corner of Lee Street and Ellenwood Drive. Very important cause that our whole council here supports. The second thing I wanted to do is, with the concurrence of my colleagues, we've all received emails and comments from folks up at the Skyline Mobile Home Park. I spent some time talking with staff on the issues related to that. And it turns out that there's a state bill, AB 1482, which is called the Tenant Protection Act, which caps rent increases statewide on renters. Oddly enough, though, that state bill excluded renters in mobile home parks. I think that's a tremendous oversight, and I think that that says a lot about the mobile homeowners lobby in Sacramento having a tremendous ability to influence the state legislators in their bill writing. And I think that that's something I'd like to see, if, with concurrence of staff, that we can come back with and see if we can fix that loophole through an ordinance of our own to really do what I think that bill intended, and that's to protect tenants of all types, not just those outside of mobile home parks, and help protect the residents of our mobile home parks. So with concurrence, I'd like to see if staff could bring an item back to discuss that and any other options that might be available to us to help protect our tenants in our city. But that's the primary thing that I think needs to be resolved. So thank you all for your concurrence on that. The other item that I would like to request concurrence on is we as a city have joined and participated in several different organizations like Southern California Association of Governments, the League of California Cities. There's many different organizations that we have the option to participate in, and some of which we've chosen to and some of which we don't. But they all have various costs and so forth. And I'd like, since there's several members of our council that are new and probably haven't really ever discussed it or are aware of the costs associated with that, I'd like to see if, with concurrence, that we could have staff bring back an item to discuss those organizations, the costs associated with it, and the benefits that we get as a city from being members of those organizations, and make sure that we're on the right path for those organizations. And so with concurrence, I'd love to have that discussion. I appreciate that very much, and I wish everybody a good night. Thank you.
Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. On January 31st at 6 p.m., I will have the honor of hosting an opportunity to hear from City Manager Chaparyan, Police Chief Hart, Fire Chief Cerna, and Finance Director Sheila Paisan. Topics will include the city's current challenges, Torrance's financial situation, and the potential sales tax ballot measure. Please join us via Zoom again on January 31st at 6 p.m. For more information and the link, you can go to torranceca.gov/essential services to get the link to that Zoom meeting. Thank you. The other thing I'd like to share with you is, as you know, I am a final or last responder. I help families that have had losses. And I continue to be saddened by the increase in the ways that COVID is affecting the lives of so many people. So please consider getting vaccinated. Please wear a mask. Stay safe and well. Thank you and good night.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Matucci.
I have nothing, Mayor. Good night.
Councilmember Walzer.
Well, I want to start off by apologizing at my ill-fated attempt to lead the Pledge of Allegiance. I don't know what happened, but I had a tremendous loud delayed feedback, and I had no awareness of where the council was at that point. So I apologize for my error. But the other thing I want to mention, if nothing else, I'm a testimony to what I think is the advisability of being vaccinated. I am not there because I did get COVID, not to any great extent compared to what I probably think could have happened. And case in point, I have friends and family members who have gotten much sicker than I have and didn't have the protection I have. So I highly recommend that everyone look at vaccinating themselves and those around them. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you. Along the lines of what Councilmember Griffith was asking for, some type of rent stabilization discussion, but I think we have to lay out what communications we have had involved with this, because this has been ongoing and it's piecemeal, because I think there's 200 and some units up in Skyline, and we've had communications on behalf of those people. We've resolved a number of the issues up there, but I think all of that should be laid out so that we don't do something administratively or legislatively that could actually injure the parties up there, because they did negotiate some kind of rent structure that was much more palatable. But unfortunately, I don't think everybody got the word up there. So I want to thank everybody for your active participation and interest in staying informed. Clearly, your input really helped shape our community. Just responding to the surveys that were sent out, and we're still looking for information for that. We ask you to, come onto the website and let us know what your thoughts are. Look at our finances on our website to make sure that you understand where the money comes from and where the money goes. A lot of times we are restricted where the funds can go. Sometimes we build something in a park and people say, why did you spend $1 million on that thing, on a park, when there's such a big need for pothole repair? Or you heard the last time we had a meeting, it was about our community development block grants, and people were asking, well, how come you're not doing this with that money? Building something into parks. Actually, in that instance, they wanted walking paths in one of our parks, and the reason is because we're restricted in where we use that money. It's not just every money, all the money comes in and we have to put it to any place we feel like putting it. We have to put it. And then, like what happened earlier when I mentioned to Mr. Dettel, the staff is always looking for grants from the state, from the federal government, from the county, to big projects, to make big projects that are improvements to our community. And that was one of those ones, $5 million. That would not have occurred without the professionalism of our staff. And we want to keep those staff members here. COVID, as you heard tonight, firsthand, continues to be ever present in the community. For the latest updates, you can follow us on social media, and for daily updates, tune into City Cable or torranceca.gov and watch live COVID-19 Today, Monday through Thursday at 4 p.m., and weekends in Torrance, which airs every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at 2 p.m. And remember what we mentioned at the outset, Torrance Serves, our volunteer service hours pledge. The page is now open. We ask everybody to go on there and pledge your hours at torranceca.gov/serve to show the community your commitment. In the last 4 years, and even with the pandemic, we started out with 100,000 hours pledged. The next year, we went for 125,000 hours. We beat that. The next year, we went to 150,000 hours in the middle of a pandemic, and we beat that. This year, we're doing for 175,000 hours of volunteerism, and I'm certain that we have it in our community. So please go online, document it, let us know exactly what you're doing so that we can brag about you to all these other cities that are out there. We're so proud of you. So with that, did we reach our 15 minutes?
Yes, we did, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Is there anybody on the call?
No callers.
Well, then, with that, I say thank you and good night, and I certainly will entertain a motion to adjourn. Or not.
I move that we adjourn tonight's city council meeting to Tuesday, February 8th, 2022 at 5 p.m. for closed session with the regular meeting commencing at 6:30 p.m.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Good night, everybody. We'll see you next week.